Alrighty. Are we streaming? Okay, we are.
Yeah, I'll be with you soon.
Alright, let me do my intro one more time. Hello, my name is Commissar Hecht, and welcome to a third stream today? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe my computer will just spontaneously explode. And then we'll have an indefinite hiatus of streaming. I am joined with my buddy, Captain Redjack. Um, he's actually the progenitor, if you will, of my Warhammer hobby and
Oh, don't you
fixation.
blame this on me. I got in, I got out, you didn't leave.
Good evening. Good evening, Marius Gage. uh no. You just happen to be like, "Hey, Kevin, you liked Lost Causes." Let me tell you about the
Oh,
Imperial Guard.
I did not push you towards the Imperial Guard. You jumped on that train all by yourself.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
And you will note, I'm one of the few people who did not question that decision. I love the Guard.
I love the Guard too. Oh man.
I've
Uh
always loved the Guard.
no, but he is I give him both credit and blame in equal measure. um But yes, we're painting today, and my buddy is going to be painting his Trench Crusade stuff. You're not going to see him
Dude, get
paint.
on the boat.
You're,
Oh,
get on the boat.
no, dude. One of the guys, I closed my extractions with a bang, and he didn't want to get on the boat.
Oh well,
And it looks like he did, but God, he cut it close.
who doesn't love the Guard? They're awesome. They are awesome. I wish there is a level of um there are certain things I wish they kept about the Guard, but they've most of the guardsmen stuff they've kept. I really do wish that Games Workshop, for making all of the monies in the world, would maintain the diversity of the Guard. I'm glad that the Death Corps of Krieg have plastics. Um, they need to they need to update the 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 catachans, um, like a lot. Um, yeah. By the way, Marnius Gates, how was that list I made for you a while back? I recognized your handle. Oh yeah, it's a shame that we lost regiments, Mordians, Praetorians, Talarn. Yep, nope. And those are the people I'm talking about. I could have at least made a made to order, like bespoke guard. All right, we're doing heads and faces. So you're working on your anchorite, and then what else?
I'm not sure what next. Probably I'm going to get into my pit locusts because that more or less finishes off my most of my pilgrims.
Wait, I thought it's on the back burner. Um I amassed a bunch of eBay rescues, but I still have the list in text file. Okay, well good. I'm glad. I'm glad. Um I thought the pilgrims were New Antioch, not Black Grail.
Neither one of the things I mentioned is the other thing. The Pilgrims are not Antioch, though they are on the same side technically. And the Pit Locusts, despite the name, are not Black Grail. They're Seven Serpent.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
no, the flyers for the Black Grail are heralds, and I actually don't have any of those.
Oh,
The
okay.
list I built did not require them. I'll probably amend that or yeah, fix that at some point.
But it's a skirmish game,
But
isn't it? Like you only have like what, a handful of models and that's it?
yeah, it's like 8 to 14 usually.
Yeah. 8 to 14. Eh, that's not even a full Imperial Guard platoon.
Well, 10 is.
No, no, I said platoon. A squad
Oh,
is yes.
right. So that'd be 25.
Yes.
No, it is not full. No, it's not a full 25. It's kill team, Kevin, not a
No, no, no. I know, I know.
line.
I know.
There's a ridiculous number of people that want to turn this into a battle line game, and I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Why? Why wouldn't it be a good idea? I mean, if they're moving to
Well,
plastics.
well, the level of you would have to play by entirely different rules,
Oh, sure.
especially turn length, especially by turn length. Um, most of the most of the objectives in this are 4 to 6 turns in length, which I've never much cared for turn lengths, anyways.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, it worked in 40K when we played, simply due to the fact that we did so much mother loving damage to each other. Um, you could usually wipe an army in 6 turns if you were any good, or get wiped if you weren't. But with a skirmish, I mean, you've got so few models. I think this would be a lot more tactical movement. So I could easily see you go in 3 turns without even engaging each other. But that's just my opinion. I haven't actually gotten a chance to play the game. I could be very, very wrong.
Oh, are you just building the models for the sake of building the models?
No, no, no. I intend to play. I just have yet to finish a full army yet.
Oh, I see.
I'm close to my Black Grail, but my Lord of Tumors, um, well, he printed bad. He has a big slash across him, and he's been in reconstructive surgery more or less since I printed him. Now, do not get me wrong, the surgery has been a success. He looks freaking incredible, and he's completely unique from any other Lord of Tumors that's going to be on the board. But it has taken a little while longer,
It's
and it's not quite done yet.
a lot more labor intensive.
Yeah, yeah. Especially, I mean, it's learning how to kit bash resin is always fun. I've been very, very spoiled by
By Games Workshop
polystyrene
Plastic.
polystyrene plastics. Oh yeah, well, because with the polystyrene, if you want a piece to fit to another piece, you plop some glue on there, you give it a second to melt, and you push it in, and then you trim the excess, and it just kind of smooshes into the hole, and then it chemically bonds to whatever you're doing. This, it's all super glue, and you got to get those edges to line up, or you get holes.
Well, just slap green stuff, right?
Actually, red stuff works better, I've found.
Oh well.
I went down to the model, so it's a very different stuff. It's actually Bondo. It's used for cars.
You're using Bondo on your models,
I
brother. That's
I am following the instructions of the guys at the model shop,
okay.
and so far it has worked out. I was just as what do you call it, apprehensive as you are. Ooh, why the hell is my anchorite shrine so hydrophobic? He is never going to get a wash that way.
All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Where is my blue? I literally was just looking at the damn thing.
The other thing I got to learn doing the anchorite was there's a lot of freehand illustration on it
Yeah.
because he's covered in like votives and
Yeah, yeah,
reliquaries and
yeah, yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah. Litanies and all that
And
stuff.
well, not quite, like photo, like pictures, like paintings
Oh,
and
oh,
reliquaries
oh, oh,
and
oh, oh.
devotional shit. And that is not where my strength lies. I can detail like a son of a bitch, but I mean I'm not exactly a terrific freehand artist at an eighth of an inch by an eighth of an inch.
Oh, yeah, no, brother. I struggle with eyeballs. Let's be real here.
I was going to be nice and never bring that up. Um, but even at that, eyeball is just a white with a dot. That's doable. It's just a pain in the butt because you got to face in the right direction, or you get remember the guy I had with the trumpet that was side eyeing his commander.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, happy accident, but yeah, unintentional.
He said, "I wasn't meaning to give him a mean side eye. It just worked that way."
Worked out so well though.
No, my favorite one was, I think, who was it? I think Tom had just started painting his Catachan, and his pride and joy, his commander, was wall-eyed as fuck.
Yep.
all because he got the angle just a micromillimeter wrong.
Yeah. And then, oh, use a smaller brush. Well, that's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, wait, I did. But thankfully, some guys on the forum gave me some advice, and it's not that hard to do. I mean, I'm not going to be painting like banners and stuff
Frescoes
like
and all
that.
that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, I mean, there's just people out there that are better than I want to be entirely honest. Um,
Better than I want to be.
like
Uh,
I could have the skill and I still wouldn't have the patience. Um, but it's
true.
basically because it's supposed to be painted, into something that's covered in dirt anyway. It's all just kind of like roughing stuff out, and it's so small that it kind of looks. So I have like the tiniest Jesus on the front of my anchorite shrine.
Yeah, I mean, again, I when I saw the Trench Crusade Prussian Strasstup, and I was like, you know what, that looks pretty fire. I'm not gonna lie, that's a decent concept design choice. Their
Hmm.
design language is very nice. I don't like the fact that it's not an actual fire team. Like,
They've got a rule like that. I think it might be it's either called Fire Team or something,
um,
where two models can activate simultaneously.
um, I don't like the fact that like they're not an actual squad. It's like different battlefield roles. Like a fire team, you would have different battlefield roles, but they don't seem to share like when I think of a Prussian military unit, you would have a rifleman. Like even during even during like the days of the Napoleonic War, you would have your standard rifleman, you would have your shock trooper, which would still have a rifle, but they seem to ditch it with swords and all that stuff. Which again, I get it. It you know
I mean, they've got that.
no, 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 no,
If
no,
anything, it can.
no. What I'm saying is that, like, how do let me look up the picture real quick. There's a way. Hold on. Trench Crusade. I'm like trying to explain it better. Let me see if I can take a look at the setup. Okay, yeah. So as I'm looking at it, right? So you have your musician, which I think is a nice little wink and nod to, um, you know, uh,
World War I.
World War I. That's a very nice wink and nod. The issue I have is you've got maybe the poses are not static, and I'm hoping that they aren't. But you have grenadiers, right? Guys with grenades, and all they have is their trench clubs and trench axes. Which again, I get why they did it that way, but you would have, if I was to design them, I think I would have them with the Mauser car, um, or whatever the in-universe main battle rifle is, and then have their axes on their hips or their clubs on their hips, that kind of a thing, because
Hmm.
they did really well with the fire pike, right? Um, the guy that's running with the flamethrower, that someone paid attention to in history class, because that's an amazing uh, uh, choice for the design. It's just the two or three, or sorry, the two guys with the grenades and the trench clubs and the trench axe. I don't. And then the Crusader Angel. The that's my gripe. Now again, I know that this is a kill team, so they had to have the design choice be, um you know, show what model is what. Uh, but I just, to me, I think the Crusading Angel throws off the box, if that makes any sense.
Hold on a second. Let me pull this up as soon as I'm done giving this finishing this wash.
Okay,
Let
okay.
me pull it up because I will admit to not having paid a super amount of attention since I'm more or less focused on the ones that I'm printing. So if we're gonna discuss it, I should probably know what in the hell we're talking about.
Really, the two models that stand out that I think could have been in a separate box is the Panzerzweihander and then the Crusader Angel dude thing.
Let's see what we're looking at here.
That would be my only gripe. Hi, Chicken McNugget. How are you? You had questions for me, Chicken McNugget. You had questions about Space Marines. Fire away. Please do while I'm painting. We're we're kind of bouncing in between Trench Crusade, which is another tabletop war game that just came out. Well, it didn't come out. They just introduced new plastics to their range, and uh um painting styles and all that stuff. Did you watch the reel about John Space Marine? Yes, I did. It physically hurt me. I'm I I I enjoy kind of that humor, but at the same time, it's just like, I, I'm so vested in the lore that it was just like, oh my god, it hurt me so. I loved it. All right. Okay. Now we got this small guy right here.
So it's the guys who more or less in like brass, and there's a individual with angel wings, and to the just to the left of the dude with the big sword.
Yes, yes, yes. The Panzer.
Okay.
The I'm assuming he's called the Panzerzweihander. They were talking about him in a forum recently. Um,
Yeah, they got some new rules for those. Um, I'm not sure if they're in the main book or not.
but overall, it's a good kit. It's an interesting kit.
Mm-hmm.
My only argument is the Crusading Angel kind of throws off the design,
To be honest, I don't know what the hell that is. I
and
mean, if it
go
just castigated.
go
No,
ahead.
no, I'm mumbling myself. Keep talking.
And the sergeant, the Panzer Zweihander, I think could have been in a different box. And then they could have subbed those out with like a commander
Uh-uh.
of the unit, and then
Oh,
something else.
hello, dear.
Yes, hooray! The government has reopened. Although there is not a guarantee that we will not get paid. By the way, the voice that you hear in the background is my friend's wife, Tiza. What do I think about the new Ultramarine release? Especially when he pulled the classic dad joke of, "Oh, hi, I'm glad you played. I'm John Space Marine." Yes, yes. No, it was a funny bit. It was a funny skit. It just because I'm so dedicated to the lore, it hurt me so. Um, uh, I will share the pain with the server. Ah, good. I'm so glad that you can inflict. But what did I think about the new Space Marine releases? I think that the Battle of the 500 Worlds was kind of inevitable. I think this is the campaign to sunset 10th edition into 11th. As far as the bad guy of the new edition, I don't know who, because they've really set up. They've set up the Thank you for the raid, Ohana Hobby Workshop. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Because they set up, in my mind, they've set up the what's it called? They've set up the 500 Worlds to be the campaign that sunsets 10th edition into 11th. As far as my predictions of the bad guys go, um, there is a lot of plot lines that they haven't fixed yet, or not fixed, but explored. One of those plot lines is the Pariah Nexus and the Silent King returning. They have talked about it in Black Library books, but they really haven't advanced the storyline. They also haven't advanced the Inari, the Eldar, and Yanid, the Eldar Death God, Death Deity, and they haven't. And while they've advanced the Tyranid plotline to basically that High Fleet Leviathan is threatening basically the entirety of the galactic spiral, right? Or not, or all of the galactic spiral to include the core, to include Terra and all that stuff. They kind of stopped midway, and then of course you have chaos. So I don't know if I was to guess who the bad guy is in this next edition. I would want it to be the Eldar or bad guy, quote unquote bad guy. I would want it to be the Eldar because I mean, out of all the ranges, they're the oldest models. Um, I don't know. That's a tough one, but I think the Space Marine releases is fine. I think the Space Marine releases is perfectly fine. I wish they had released more Xenos with the to celebrate the 500 World campaign, but you know, it's nice to see Titus as a model. That's a captain. It's nice to see um, uh, the other Ultramarine models. Like that's always cool. Um, so I have no issues with that whatsoever. Um, yeah, I'm looking forward to the 500 Worlds. I'm looking forward to that campaign. Now, whether or not they actually do anything about it, that's neither here nor there. I don't know, Dave. You've been out of the hobby for a hot minute. Have you followed the lore?
A little bit. Hold on. I'm in the midst of a work conversation with the wife.
Ah,
I will
let me let me
continue that shortly.
let me
Just
let
give me
me
a, no, you're fine. You're
let
fine.
me let
Give
me
me a moment.
no. I mean, let me mute you real quick so that way we don't. Okay, you muted yourself. Okay, all right, cool. Yo, I heard the next edition is the Wolves and Orcs in the Leviathan box. Pinch of salt, of course. I mean, yeah, that's definitely potentially a thing. Um, but again, like out of all of the Xenos races, out of all of like the primary antagonists, the Eldar aren't the only one. Hey, Quackamo, what campaign? The 500 Worlds campaign that they announced over the weekend. Oh yeah, yeah. By the way, Ohana Hobby Workshop, thank you for the raid. That was really sweet. I hope you guys are doing well. I really do. I'll BRB. Okay. My day was gonna switch to devices. That's totally fine. My day was quiet. I picked up some raspberries on my balcony. Oh, you mean you've been growing raspberries? That's kind of cool. That's really awesome. I wish I could do that. I wish I could be a have enough of the botanical knowledge of being able to grow raspberries like that. I've been growing all sorts of berries. Ah, see, that's cool. Meanwhile, I try and grow something and it dies because I put the wrong water into it. Is this water pH ultra filtered? Meanwhile, the dandelion that's growing in my driveway is like, ah, acidic rain, yum.
The wife says she'll take the dandelion. We had a tiger lily that I hit with my car every single day for 3 years, and the son bitch kept living. So
Yeah, honestly, I brought my strawberries inside a few weeks ago. Honestly, I would love to be able to like grow. Like I do have a somewhat of a green thumb, but I as far as like getting fruits and vegetables to flower and actually produce a yield that I would think is tolerable, I don't think I have the skill for that. Um, which is fine. Not everybody does. And I can certainly try and learn that skill. I just not obviously not now that I'm still in the military because gardening takes a long time.
to your question, I haven't followed the lore all that much, but then again, up until they split the galaxy in half, the lore was pretty much just moving at a snail's pace anyway, because it was at some point in the 41st millennium, and some stuff was happening, and Emperor good, Abaddon bad. Holy shit, there's Tau. Um, Up until a couple of years ago, there wasn't. Actually, more than a couple of years now. Um, I'm getting old. Years are running together.
Yeah,
But
well,
up until the big shift, no, I didn't wasn't aware there was too much. I know the galaxy's in half. I know Gilliman is back. Doran came back too, didn't he?
no, not Dorn.
Lion.
The lion.
Okay.
Uh, by the way,
And
if
I know Cipher had a nice chat with the Custodes, and he was all like, "Hey, I'd like to go to see the Emperor now," and like, "Nah, you're under arrest." And he just pieced out through a warp portal, and I like that story because Cypher's a pain in the ass, and I love him. I know Gilliman had a nice chat with the Emperor, who's like, for the love of God, or for the love of me, rather, tell these people that I'm not a god. And Gilliman's like, oh, they don't need to hear that right now. They need to hear how we're not going to die. Big
well,
E was like, fine. I know about call,
Well, you
but
read
like the broad strokes, not the minutia.
you read Plague War. I think I gave that to you.
You did,
Um,
I did. That which is where most of this information comes from.
oh, okay, all right. Well, it wasn't that the Emperor told him to stop telling them that he's a god. It's the disjointed voices of the Emperor, which I fucking love. That is, mwah, that right there is peak writing. When you want to talk about, because what I didn't want is like a sane when they actually wrote it. That is what I expected the Emperor to sound like.
Yeah, Big E's a little messed up,
Yeah.
and he damn well should be.
Well, this that particular scene has cemented the fact that I believe that there are at least 3 to 4 different emperors. All right, within the warp. Okay, follow me here.
Like the original guy was split, or the original guy is more than one guy.
No, the original guy is like fucking split.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
Follow.
I don't know. I have not heard this theory from you. I am curious,
Okay.
and I wasn't sure how wacky it was.
Follow me on the logic. It's probably more. There's probably actually a lot of emperors, but they managed
Mm-hmm.
to just coalesce into because. So okay, people forget that the Astronomicon is the warp, but it is the warp solely made out of the sheer will and might of the Emperor and the 1,000 or some odd psychers that are force fed into him a day. Uh,
Or more. They
or
think there
more.
might be more. They think the Astronomicon's getting less efficient.
Yeah,
Was something I heard.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, Belisarius Call had mentioned that in one of the books. The Drakari have an emperor too. They have a idea of an emperor. They do not have the genetic code. So if you read the Hollow Mountain series by um by Christopher Wright, it goes into that. But yes, the Drukari do have a facsimile of the Golden Throne. But allow me to talk about my crackpot theory.
I
Um,
am all ears.
so this is my crackpot theory. I believe that there are multiple facets of the Emperor because you have the Emperor that's the savior, you have the Emperor, the vengeful Emperor, you have the true Emperor, the one that didn't want religion to begin with in the first place, and um, you have the Emperor that chaos uh, believes in, or not believes in, but is fearful of. You have the King in yellow, and then you have the Dark King. Right, we're up to 6 so far right now, and then of course
Okay.
you've got the Drukari's version of the Emperor, and then you've got the Omnissiah. Right, so we're up to 8. This is what I believe. If the Emperor was to ever achieve reincarnation, there would be um it wouldn't just be the God Emperor of the time of the Great Crusade. It'd be all of them. Because the warp is so goddamn powerful now because it's split across the sky. It's split across the entire fucking galaxy.
So you
Uh
think this is a recent development?
huh?
You think the Emperor being split is a recent development?
No, I think that the Emperor being split was a slow process. It's now just uh it's like, hey, let's build a campfire. Well, we can either build the campfire with tinder and twigs, or we can build the campfire with JP8 fuel and this flare gun.
Flare gun, flare gun. Use the brick. Use the brick.
Yeah, and so I think when I think Abaddon, for all of his ingenuity, I think he fucked up. I think he knows he fucked up when the warp split across the universe. Like, obviously his goal is to basically burn the Imperium down until only Holy Terra is left, because he's said it in multiple books. Horus made the mistake of running to Terra. I will not make the same mistake as my father. Right? He is going to make it a slow and painful death. The problem is that because the warp storm ripped across the universe, it made everybody who is warp sensitive uh uh magnitudes, degrees more powerful. You know, to no pun intended, astronomically more powerful than what they once were. You had
What you
late,
did there.
huh?
I see what you did there.
Yeah, yeah, well, it's true. You had latent psychers go from, what was it? What's the grade? It's like row, which it's like row
It's
null.
usually like alpha, beta, etc. I think it counts from most powerful as like alpha plus, and then it counts down from there. I think.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what Eisenhorn said. I think he said it was like row null or something to that extent. Basically, it was like you had latent psychers that could probably win at cards, being able to rip up battle tanks like it was nobody's problem,
Hmm.
because, oh hey, the warp came in. Ah,
Hmm.
that's why the psyker is so strong in Dark Tide. Well, yeah, basically. Um, so your local card shark just basically became able to summon a Lehman Russ out of thin air. You know, instead of playing Find the Lady, it's, oh look, a battle cannon shell. Um, so that's basically what happened, and I think with that event, the Emperor's been force fed, you bare minimum 1,000 psychers a day for the last 10,000 years, and these guys aren't regular, your run of the mill sanctioned psychers on an Imperial Guard battlefield. In the Imperial Guard on a battlefield. These are starship slash solar system killers. Alpha plus grade psychers that could literally snap their fingers and an entire sector fleet could be destroyed. You know.
No, I don't think so. They've said in a bunch of stuff I've read previous to my dropping out that the psychers that they feed to the Emperor, they range all over the place. I mean, if you've got an alpha level psyker, you don't feed that to the Emperor unless you have to. You try to train it. You try to make it a sanctioned psyker, or you burn it up for what do you call it, gray knight weapons.
Well, yeah, that's true too. But the fact of the matter is that when you're feeding the emperor, when you the life support system, you're not going to take a row null, you know, jackass. You're gonna give him something a little bit stronger. um,
Right, but I'm just saying there's a big gap between row null and alpha triple plus.
yeah,
I
that's
think I think they feed the emperor what they can, um, with the what do you call it, choosing criteria being more about availability than connoisseur. I mean, when you have to feed someone 1,000 human lives, even for the Imperium, I mean, psychers are what, 1 in 1 million or something.
I believe so. I believe that's the thing.
All right, and that's any psyker. You've already, 0.00001% the human population, which, as big as it is not infinite. Um, you're going to feed him what you can. I don't think you're going to get nearly the number of Terra Imperial battle fleet apart with their thoughts guys as you're proposing.
Well,
But if you get 1,000 row nulls, they could probably rip a tank in half too.
but yeah, basically the fact of the matter is, find the lady. I mean the modern lady. Whoops, summoned a living saint. Also, I missed half the lore. Thanks, ads. Oh, I'm sorry, Quackamo. Yeah, Twitch run. That's apparently when you get monetized in the affiliate stuff. Twitch runs ads unless you become a subscriber. That's how they get you. Um, subscribe for more because I'm shameless. No. obviously it will support the charities that I run. Um, or champion, I should say. I don't run the charities. Good God, I don't run the charities. Uh, I champion them. No, so I think I think the issue with the Emperor is that there's do you get some remuneration when the ads roll down? Uh, I, it's like pennies, really. It's nothing. I'm not because I'm of the affiliate program. Twitch gives me a small sliver of percentage. Like I think if I stream for, I think I did the math. If I stream for 90 hours a week, right, I would get roughly uh uh $10. I think. I think I did the math correctly. And if I did 90 hours a week, I got $10. It's pittance. Um, but anyway, but that's not, you know, obviously I put that ad revenue to the charities and all that stuff, and I'm trying not to, all that. What's it called 90 hours for 10. But yeah, basically, yeah. I could be wrong. Like I said, I'm not very good at math, but I was trying. I was doing I was averaging what I was getting based off of a number that I that based off of a number that was easier to like try and figure out. Um, but yeah, it's pretty atrocious. Um, but anyway, where was I? Oh yes. The um. So what my theory is that if the Emperor ever does reincarnate, it's not just going to be him. It's going to be every facet of this person. And I truly believe that um there this that the Emperor's multiple personality disorder, that is everyone worshiping him in one way, shape, or another, um, is going to come back and either super bite the Imperium's ass, which, let's be honest, that's what Games Workshop makes its money off of, or it's going to end the series.
Well, I mean, take heart in knowing that the Imperium's only going to get screwed over so that the Ultramarines can get a new codex.
You know, that's true.
Out of the hobby for 15 years, and I still know how that goes.
Well, that's what a lot of people were kind of upset about with the 500 Worlds campaign. They were like, the Ultramarines got more models again.
Hmm.
But to be
No matter what happens, the Ultramarines get more models.
but to be fair, it is Captain Titus, uh, two Ultramarine champions, and then they actually added the Ultra Auxilia, the actual like PDF Defense Force guardsmen of Ultramarine.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's actually here. I'll show you. It's actually there. The models are actually really well done. But Charon is dead.
Well,
Yes, Charon and Acheron are dead. They were killed off screen. Ain't that a bitch? Yeah, it's actually really, really cool. Hold on. Warhammer Community. Is not. Okay, there we go. We just had a hiccup. Oh, no. That's not it. Where's his models? There we go. Yeah, there we go. The championship preview. Here, I'll link it into the recording chat so you can take a look at it. There we go. I think your stream crashed. It did for a second. Hey, we still have non-compliant chapters. We still have less than the non-compliant chapters like we had in seventh edition. Yeah. Well, A lot of non-compliant codex chapters are going the way of the dodo, unfortunately. I think the only non-compliant um, chapters are the White Scars, Black Templar, Dark Angels are pretty non-compliant.
Space wolves.
Huh?
Space wolves. They're
Uh,
not exactly what I'd call compliant.
they were non-compliant, and then when Gilliman came back, I think they've basically given up being, you know, um,
Oh, man, they used to be really non-compliant. Russ is going to be pissed.
um, I think
I mean, he's got to find his way out of the warp first, but
Dark Angels and White Scars are compliant officially. Kind of, sort of. Like the Khan is saying, yeah, we'll listen, but I've got a massive scout company that's definitely not compliant. He has more bikes. He has more fast attack, quote unquote, elements of his chapter than what's normal. And the Dark Angels, a lot of them, a lot of the successor chapters still are fealty to still have fealty to the Lion, and now that Dad's back, they're really not kind of caring about the Codex. Um, uh, the Blood Angels are chapter compliant because it was the Ultramarines that saved their ass at the destruction of Baal with the introduction of the Primaris Marines. So like they had no choice at that point. It was kind of a, I mean, they were almost a dead chapter. They almost were given the Lamenter's treatment of being eaten by Tyranids. Uh, so um, so there's, I mean, Ultramar is technically now a 10,000 Marine strong with the Shield chapters. The Ultramarines pretty much run the Imperium and non-compliant, which is wonderfully ironic. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
wait, hypocrisy in the Space Marines?
Well, so what do you mean the Lamenter treatment? So the Lamenters, uh, what happened to my cursed boys? The chapter's gone. The Lamenters have been declared lost, like fully lost now after the destruction of Baal. Like there is not a Lamenter left. Like their cursed crusade is done. I mean, it was cursed because they screw you, GW. Hey man, I'm just telling you the truth. At the destruction of Baal, I think the last Lamenter died. Subsequently, I love the fact that it took literally the entire Blood Angels chapter slash all of their successor chapters to form Legion strength just to stop High Fleet. I think it was Bahamut at the time. Or sorry, High Fleet Behemoth. Oh no, 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 it wasn't Behemoth. It was Leviathan. One of the two.
I think it was Leviathan. Doesn't matter. Needs made it to ball. I got my wish.
If you haven't read that book, it is a fantastic book. Oh, it is a
I feel like I
fantastic book.
should.
It
I feel
really
like I should.
there's a sweet part of the book. I'm not spoiling it for anybody. Um, uh, but there's this very sweet part of the book where it's the last hurrah, right? And the all the blood angels decide to go out singing, right? Right? This is like the battle lines are drawn. They know they're done. This is they are quite literally about to become a chapter lost, right? Um, and there's this very pretty, beautiful part of the Blood Angel in this book, and they all are singing, but because they lost so many of like the the altos, the sopranos, and all that stuff, all that's left is like the bass and the tenors, and it sounds like this mournful, deep dirge instead of what it's supposed to be, which is a kind of a celebratory, song of defiance. And because it's all a bunch of tenors and bass singers just left, the combined song is rattling the remaining windows in their panes all around the chapel square. I think that's where they all gathered to sing this last song of defiance before going out and meeting the Tyranids. Super pretty, super poignant, super like, oh, that's sad. That's so sad. But I liked it. I liked it. It was very well done. It was very well done. Another book I recommend is if you like the Dark Angels, um, and you want to kind of catch up to what the Lion is doing. Oh my God! Oh, you need to read Sons of the Forest. Oh, you need to read Sons of the Forest. Or Son of the Forest. Lionel Johnson, Son of the Forest. Oh my God. I I disliked the Dark Angels. Um, Mainly because they were kind of pricks. I mean, for obvious reasons they were kind of pricks, but still pricks. Like,
I mean, they've been torturing Luther in a room in the basement for 10,000 years because he committed the unthinkable crime of, for one split second, considered not saving Lionel Johnson.
well, that I mean, there's more to it than that. It's the fact that he became chaos tainted. Um, and tried to throw in his lot with Horus. Uh, but it because I think Luther fired upon um uh Lionel Johnson. I think first. I think they talk about that in the actual Sons of the Forest. I think they address who fired on who first.
I
Um,
I don't remember what got him eventually put in there, but I know what completely destroyed his relationship with the Lion was the Lion got himself into some trouble, and for just one infinitesimally small second, Luther, who would have been the single greatest hero of an age and was instead overshadowed by a superhuman, had just the briefest moment where he thought, if he's dead, I'd be the hero. And he did say, like, it was a moment's thought, and then he immediately saved him. But because of that microsecond of hesitation, the Lion was like, "Well, you're dead to me now,"
well,
and he kind of got he. What happened to him is what Benedict Arnold thought happened to him.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
It was a dick move,
yeah.
but then again, he's not human, so
There's a scene in the Devastation of All. I can't read it without tearing up. Been reading it for 5 years over and over, and it gets me every time. No spoilers, but it's the last scene with the water cellar. Oh man, I know exactly which one the scene you're talking about. Oh, that goes so hard. Black Library has no reason to be as good as it is. It really does not have any reason to be as good as it is. Mainly because you're reading advertisement for a toy soldier game. Like that's being as reductive as possible to the point of insult. That's literally what you're reading. Is just an advertisement for a toy soldiers game, and yet they do it so well. Particularly Dan Abnett, which, god damn it, they need to release the final Beckwin book. I know Games Workshop is like keeping the powder dry because I believe when they do address the whole King in Yellow thing, that is going to open up a massive fucking can of worms and be a massive lore shift um in the IP, but god damn it, they need to finish that book. But seriously, Dave, if you love Tyranids and what they
Because
do.
damn well I love the Tyranid.
No. I'm just saying, if you love Tyranids and you know what they do, and they know what they do, you should read the Devastation of Baal. You really should.
Well, Kevin, if you remember, my Nids were on a collision course for Ball before any of this dropped, anyways.
Oh yeah, well that's true.
I love Nids and I hate the Blood Angels.
I forget, why do you hate the Blood Angels?
I don't remember either.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah,
And,
hey,
and and I will be the first to admit it was probably an incredibly petty reason.
Dave, it's Warhammer. Everything's petty.
That is a fair statement. But no, I do not remember why I have a specific hatred of Blood. I mean, it could be that Blood Angels Army was the only army that ever took out my synapse web, but I feel like I hated them before that.
uh, I think it's going to be the 11th narrative. A feud so ancient he doesn't remember the origin. Typical Warhammer. Yes, I mean, if there was ever a grudge in the Book of Grudges, that was it. Why do you hate him so?
I will absolutely cop to that.
Why do you hate him so? I don't know. I think it had to do with the leaf blower. But at this point, hating him is just easier.
Yeah, I mean, I could spend all this time thinking, or I could set fire to his lawn. Guess which one I'm gonna do.
uh, that pink flamingo has met its mark. I will.
Mocked me for the last time.
Uh, to be fair, I've been hating Dark Angels since second edition. Ever since my blood, ever since my Blood Angels had to share a codex. Well, I mean, that's the thing about Games Workshop. The lore is, and people forget that the lore has been so fluid over these last 20, damn near 30 plus years. Um, that and I'm just talking ever since me and my buddy joined, right? I mean, if you take it in the early 80s to what you said 2004, Dave?
Yeah, roughly.
Um yeah, if you take from the early 80s when it was Rogue Trader Warhammer 40K versus when we joined, the lore fucking changed leaps and bounds then.
Oh yeah, I mean just first to second edition. I saw a good video on that. I should send it to you.
Um,
All the changes that went from edition to edition. No, I did send
you
that to
did
you.
send it to me. You did send it to me, and I said that it was fairly decent. There was some stuff that I think he was nitpicking on that I don't think was a massive change, or I didn't, or
Mm-hmm.
I certainly didn't like register it. But then again, he was spot on for pretty much most of it.
Yeah, that was my take.
I think the biggest shake was when they added flyers and super heavies. That that
I'll go with that.
that was, you want to talk about a massive upset to the player base. What do you mean I can't target them? No, you have to have the AA ability. What do you mean I have to have this ability that only one model in Forge World that cost a lot back then? And this one very specific model can only do. And that's why I have a Hydra Flak cannon as a model. So that way if they play that bullshit again of only things with AA keywords or anti-fly keywords, um,
You can only do that now. I'll be damned if I have to watch as another one of my tanks goes up in flames because I don't have anti-air. That shit was bullshit. I remember having to buy the old Aegis defense line for my guard for 6th edition to shoot flyers. I hate Black Templars. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So here's the thing: ignore them. Ignore the gatekeepers the the outrageously stupid people that believe in truly xenophobic stuff. Right? Ignore them. They're sad little people that joined the hobby because they thought it was an escape, so that way they could hide their hatred and bile, um, and be considered normal that way. And it just ignore them. Black Templars are if you read their books, they would even hate them. Like that's the funny part is that the Black Templars would hate the people that extol their virtues. Because the whole point of the I do ignore them, but it makes me dislike the Black Templars. I know. But the whole point of the Black Templars is to be ascetic monks. You know, to be disciplined in their craft and practice. None of those morons are disciplined in their craft and practice. They wouldn't know what discipline is if it bit them in the ass.
Luck it will.
Say again?
With luck it will.
Yeah, maybe. Uh, but yeah, I do enjoy where the lore is going in Warhammer. There has not been a single moment where I thought that was a mistake. um, there were certainly things that I think got shoehorned, like the Primaris and Belisarius call, but now that it's been kind of massaged in better, I like it a little bit better. You know, I do like it a little bit better. Um, but their initial introduction, I think definitely could have gone better, right? I think that Games Workshop, Games Workshop needs to do a lot of things right. Um, one of the things that they need to do right is drop down the fucking prices.
Never gonna happen.
Because if they did that, you know how much of a stranglehold they would have on the market? Like, none of these skirmish battle games would ever see the light of day.
Well, that's not entirely true. They would definitely have the corner on full size war, which they still do, which is why the prices aren't going to go anywhere. There's more than one kind of game. I mean, Dungeons and Dragons is a great game. I'm a Pathfinder guy myself, but D&D works as an example. But some people would prefer to play Cthulhu or Vampire or pick one.
Yeah.
And you cannot get the vampire experience in D&D. You can't do it. Cannot be done. Doesn't matter how many special rules you do. You can go back to 3.5 when you could do anything the hell you wanted, and it was completely ridiculous.
Oh God, I love
You
3.5.
still cannot get the vampire experience in D&D. But until you give away your license to make 4th edition, nothing's going to touch D&D to do what D&D does.
God,
or vice versa. So you'd still lose skirmish games, but you wouldn't get. I mean, the all-out warfare, they'd be untouchable, which they are anyway. Which is why the prices will never come down.
Trench Crusade is growing quietly in the corner. Yeah, well, that's what we were talking about earlier. My buddy Dave was just washing one of his Acarites, and we were talking about how Trench Crusade is now switching to plastics, which is like the normal next step. I got a couple that really bugged me. The Dark Imperium change, the Voton neglecting the heresy, and the female custodes. Um, sure, some of the stuff that they um uh that they introduced were very haphazard. The Voton basically disappearing and then getting reintroduced.
I never
Um,
get to eat anything.
the Tyranids never get to eat anything. Yeah. I get that. I get is people were kind of upset about that because as much as people loved the idea of the space squats, and a rock and stone dwarven 40K army, it made sense. Um, that that a race got destroyed, right? Um, but my thing is that okay, Dark Imperium came out. They could have done it. I think Games Workshop learned from 10th edition, or sorry, when Dark Imperium came out, and is trying to massage the lore into the game, into the Black Library books at a controlled pace to where if they introduce something, it's not a 180 fucking head spin. Um, Female Custodes, I never had an issue with that to begin with. I think that kind of made some sense. Um, be,
Actually, if I may, I have a very specific opinion on that,
oh,
and
go
I would
ahead.
actually love to hear other people's opinions on my take.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, they pitched both female custodes and they pitched female Astartes.
Yes.
I am not down with female Astartes simply due to the fact that the Astartes procedure is complicated enough, and Astartes, for as amazing as they are production line um, creations. They go through a process. Attempting to get that process to follow a different endocrine system, I can see how that would be a bit of a hurdle. Female custodes, however, female custode or custodes in general, those are project cars. You can tinker and mix around, not to mention you're on effing Terra, where the science is. The possibility of female custodes, I think, it makes a great deal of sense to me. It's because the custodes are supposed to come from the like the high Terra families, and they're the great warriors, and then they tweak them. I think they take a lot more care in the creation of a custodes than they do an Astartes, because we can't have any of that gene seed nonsense screwing them up later on. They need to work and they need to keep working. So they're going to take a little bit more time with that. And with that little bit of time, you're not going to wait. You're not going to hand wave half the population of your potential warriors to get it.
I like that. But I'm gonna tweak it a little bit. All right.
By all means,
Fo-
I have been looking for an outlet to discuss that particular topic for a while.
follow me if you will. Come with
You got me.
me, and you'll see a world of pure bullshit. Uh. So this is my take on female Astartes. Firstborn, 100% correct. Assembly line. But with the introduction of the Primaris Marines and Belisarius Call, I believe Games Workshop basically gave a wink and a nod saying the firstborn were only men, okay, or could only be from men. However, now that the Primaris Marines are running around and they haven't gone insane, and that there is wink, wink, nod, nod traitor gene stock inside potential loyalist chapters. I believe that um, the I believe that Games Workshop is going to introduce female Space Marines at some point.
In all fairness, they did back in Rogue Trader.
Well, yeah, they did. Of course, they did back in Rogue Trader. Of course, they did back in Rogue Trader. But I think they've been basically setting this up now. Uh, for the women custodies, right? For the female custodies. Um, my issue is that female custodies. My issue with female custodies isn't that they exist, but they were added after a 20-year long book run, and there was not one in there. That's I think that's a problem with marketing. Uh, Games Workshop, unfortunately, really, really, really doesn't like to rock the boat. Until it actually does, right? So like, um, and this is my thing when this is I think where I see it from. Games Workshop doesn't like to rock the boat until they want to actually rock the boat. Um, they didn't talk about the Horus Heresy until they realized, oh, we can make this a thing, right? For the longest time, the Horus Heresy was just some fuck off Imperial Guard dude that said, no, I'm not going to listen to the Emperor. And the Emperor was a guy that had normal conversations with people on the Golden Throne. Christ's sakes, Obi-Wan, Jacques Cousteau, Kenobi. you, you know, um, uh, I think that he was having conversations with the Emperor and all that stuff. Um, so I think Games Workshop rocks the boat when they think that they have enough um, of a drive to rock the boat. I think that's my opinion. Now, the lore is always fluid. It will always be fluid. Games Workshop will do things contradictory to the lore, contradictory to their own lore, multiple times, and they don't give a fuck because they're making money. And I think the argument of, well, they didn't mention it for 20 plus years, um, that's because of marketing. And then one day, the marketing team was like, hey, we're going to do this. And the lore writers were like, oh, okay, we're going to do it. Did you see the new Ultramarine heads, 50 plus heads, and some of them look femme-coded? Yes, some of them do look interestingly femme-coded. But I also think that that's the paint. That's the design team practicing, because finally they drew. They painted the heavy metal painted team. Did a woman's face justice with Lady Mal's. That's the new Dark Eldar heroine character, I should say. Um, but yeah, I think I do agree that I do agree that um, uh, there there won't be any firstborn female Marines, and I do agree with your assessment, Dave, about custodians being like bespoke sports cars. Um, uh, and they would have that ability to be, you know, given that, and that they were drawn from the Terran nobility and the old imperial families. I 100% I can totally agree with that. Now the question is are they going to make the Primaris female Space Marines?
I'm hoping it's not. If they do it, and again, I'm out of the hobby. I have no skin in this game whatsoever. if they do it, I hope it's better than just the Primaris can do that, because they've done the oh no, the Primaris can just do that trick a lot.
Give me an example real quick.
Well, let's see. They don't have gene seed that's faulty. Like that wasn't just a little thing. That was a major plot point.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh, they're taller, they're stronger. It's like because Primaris, I think they've lost their because Primaris privileges.
Oh, okay. All right.
Come, come up, come up with another reason. It
Okay.
can be another. I'm down for another reason. Come up with a different one than that one.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I love Menkelesque books, but woof, the model looks pretty bad. Yeah, no. Again, I think. Again, I think it's twofold. I think. Um. They changed that already in Darkness and Blood, sequel to the Devastation of Baal. They have the Primaris do have flaws. Okay. All right. Well, I didn't think that they did. All right. Well, look at
I
that.
didn't know they did either.
Look at that. Look at that.
Good to know. Look at that. We're learning stuff.
Yeah, we're learning stuff. My argument is I think it's twofold. I think Games Workshop is trying to literally get all the money in the world, so they are reaching out to demographics of people, um, and they're like, well, obviously we need more. Uh, obviously we need to reach out to a larger demographic to get more money. And then two, um, I think the people that are designing women models are better at designing women models because
I will definitely agree with that.
let's be real. Uh, the women models before shit, I want to say like 2010, 2011, were kind of crap. And they were all metal for the most part.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. The example I was going to give for a decent looking female model was going to be the Bretonian Enchantress, and that's definitely metal.
Yeah. So, and really the first full women faction that they introduced back from metal to plastic was the Sisters of Battle. And now that the Games Workshop painters and the sculptors are like, it's almost been 10 years since they reintroduced the Sisters of Battle, have gotten better at it. They introduced women guardsmen. Finally, we've been asking for that. Guard players have been asking for that for fucking years.
And we had them, but they were all metal too.
Yeah, that's the problem. The Dark Eldar witches were kind of.
Even the heavy metal team look pretty bad.
Yeah, so like I think now that Games Workshop is getting more competent, and I know that that's rich coming from a guy that whose paint job fucking sucks anyway. Let's be real. I'm not a heavy metal painter. Um, I think that they're getting more competent at designing women models, and that's what's driving them, kind of peeking into, maybe pushing them into the lore, which I'm all for it. I'm 100% all for it. Because variety is literally the spice of life, and while I adore Games Workshop's games and their models and all that stuff, you can never go wrong with wanting more people into the hobby. I have never met a hobby that did not suffer from having too many people into it. I mean, hell, look at the kind of switching gears when it comes to Warhammer stuff. Look at the cottage industry that is cosplay. Um, Cosplay, unless you were a competent seamster or seamstress, you couldn't you couldn't
Oh yeah.
you couldn't get anywhere with like a lot of complicated cosplays. But now that it's popular and in the mainstream, and a lot of people do it, and they make
Thank you for
career
the
and they made careers out of it. Um, uh, there's a whole industry that supports cosplay that wasn't there before. Certainly wasn't there when me and my pal here were in cosplay. Like,
I mean, I'm still a little bit. So
no,
are
no,
you.
yeah, but you know what I mean, right? Like the
Yeah, when we were back when we was starting out.
yeah, like I could not find a fucking orange jumpsuit that didn't look like a cheap prisoner's uniform for a Halloween party to save my life. You had to go like military surplus dumpster diving to try and
Yep.
find an orange flight suit for an X-wing pilot. Um, like there was a lot of it. Things have been made easier, and that's kind of where my stance is. Where opening up where Warhammer is becoming mainstream, it is making it easier to enjoy the hobby, even if you're not throwing dice on a board, right? Um, and the more or painting models or all that stuff. Now I'm 100% a war gamer through and through, and I enjoy the war game, and I will continue to enjoy the war game long until I am like incapable of forming thought and words. Um,
I've seen you that drunk.
yes, you have, and I am quite a mess.
Oh yeah. I still giggle about that time when you came back from basic and you got drunk and your dad walked over and went, "Oh, here, may I help you with that?" And he just shook your head and rattled your brains. That was a good day. That was a good day.
I was in so much pain.
You could tell.
I was I was in so much pain. Ah, I was in so much pain. Oh my lord. All right, now let's get to the skin tones. Um, but yeah, I think the lore will change for the better. Um, I think Games Workshop will. Um, I think Games Workshop needs to definitely think about what they're gonna do with the lore when they want to advance it. Um, but my biggest thing is the King in Yellow. That's that particular line of lore. I'm is going to be probably as earth shaking as Cadia getting cracked open and the universe splitting into two. But yeah. Uh, so the King in Yellow. So you really think? So you think it's really him? I think it is either Constantine Valdor or a version of Constantine Valdor, or I think the King in Yellow is a shard of the Emperor. Okay, that's. Do you think? Oh, okay. Do I think? I think it is either a shard of the Emperor, just like there's shards of Magnus all around. I think that there. I think it's either a shard of the Emperor made manifest, or it is a potential clone of Constantine Valdor or some sort of warp trickery that believes itself to be Constantine, the true Constantine Valdor. Because we've seen that happen before. Um, and I don't know. I'm not. I can't, part of me hopes that it is that if it is Constantine Valdor, the actual Constantine Valdor, it is him trying to reincarnate the Emperor. That is my goal. That is my hope. Now, whether or not that actually happens is another story. And whether or not Dan Abnett ever gets let out of the basement to actually publish the damn thing. Because, boy, does Games Workshop love to muzzle its writers sometimes. Christ's sakes, we were waiting. We were waiting forever for him to finish up the Gaunt's Ghost series. Good,
Yeah.
good lord. Which, by the way, I think that was a perfect. I cannot, in good conscience, say that there is any other reason for there to be another Gaunt's Ghost book, aside like an
No,
anthology.
they tied it up nicely. I would not mind additional books in the world of it, though, like Double Eagle or Titanicus.
Right. Well, I gave you that dossier one. Did you read that one? The
Which one's the
Ghost.
dossier one?
That was the Vincula Insurgency, or the Vincula Insurgency.
If I listen to it, it's been a while.
Okay, all right. That was a pretty good book. Because Bragg was alive still, so it was always nice to have good old try again.
Yes, it is.
I believe Valdor and the Grey Knights and the Nulls are going to try and kill the Emperor to resurrect him. See, but that's the problem, is that the Grey Knights have this damn Terminus Decree thing now that they've added to their lore. And that's another reason why I think Games Workshop kind of doesn't give a shit about what people think about female Space Marines, because they fuck around with everything else that's critical. That's just me saying that out loud. I don't, whether or not Games Workshop cares about its IP or not is kind of a neither here nor there. Because the Terminus Decree basically says if the Emperor ever gets up off the Golden Throne, the Grey Knights are there to basically put him back on the Golden Throne. Now, how they're going to do...
Counterintuitive.
Huh?
That seems counterintuitive.
Yeah. It's a lot of people thought it was dumb because not... the Grey Knight stuff works great, though. I believe it's tied to Pandemonium. Potentially, but again, I don't know. Because here's the thing. If the God Emperor does reincarnate onto the Golden Throne, we don't know which Emperor it's going to be. We don't know if it's going to be the true Emperor. We don't know if it's going to be the God Emperor that everyone prays to via the Ecclesiarchy. We don't know if it's the Dark King. We don't know if it's the King in Yellow. We don't know anything. Like, that'll be a very interesting day. But also, because of the Terminus Decree, basically all of the Grey Knights would have to fight the Custodes. First would have to land on Terra, which that would be easy because obviously it's Grey Knights. Then they would have to breach the Imperial Palace, go through the Custodes, go through every motherfucker in there that worked with the Custodes, and then stop the reincarnating Emperor from taking a walkabout. Tell me how well you think that... Tell me how well you think
what
that...
What are you going to do? Call that guy who stopped me? What was his name again? Michael doesn't exist?
Yeah.
You eaten like 3 hours. What is this all about?
Oh, Salty or Inara being...
Salty is being... I think she's mad because I'm sitting, but I'm not sitting in a place where she can sit on me.
Salty is...
That is it? Okay.
Salty is his cat. And Inara is his cat. And then he has a wall cat that refuses to acknowledge my presence.
Oh, he's getting better.
Oh, he's getting better. Oh, okay. All right. Well,
okay. Oh, he's getting better.
Okay.
He comes out for pats at night now.
Oh, well, lovely.
He loves Teresa.
Well, everyone loves Teresa.
That's fair.
They even have to go through the Warden of the Vault from the Golden Palace. I wouldn't mess with them for sure. Yeah, I mean, the Grey Knights would have their work cut out for them, to be sure. The Emperor and Malkador wouldn't give the Grey Knights the decree if they weren't capable of achieving it. It's not that I don't think that they are not capable of achieving it. I am simply saying that I believe it to be a lost cause. Because Games Workshop loves lost causes. Like, their whole premise of the Imperium is a lost cause. I mean, hell, if you watch the 500 Worlds trailer, even Titus said that this crusade is a lost cause. Like, I don't know what the Primarch I don't know what the Primarch is thinking. I don't know what Gilliman is thinking. I have no idea why he wants me to go on this crusade to recover the lost 500 worlds of Ultramar, because we have so many other fucking problems to worry about. Beginning with and potentially ending with, I don't know, the red massive bloody scar through the entire universe. Um, and as much as I do love the fact that, the Emperor and Malkador were pretty well at, thinking of 3D chess, that multi-dimensional chess, all that stuff. Um, Malkador did not know about the Tyranids. The Emperor, as far as I know, did not know about the Tyranids. Um, so, like, or the Necrons for that matter. I mean, maybe they had an idea. It's kind of hit and miss if they knew who the Necrons were. Um, and then of course, obviously the Tau evolving and all that stuff. Okay, the 500 worlds. I don't understand that the 500 worlds were already built into Dark Imperium with Decimus Felix and the Tetrarchs. Yes, you are correct. So, in Plague War, Decimus Felix and the other Tetrarchs were in charge of managing the entirety of the what's it called? Of the entirety of Ultramar, right? Gilliman was trying to experiment with trying to get the Imperium back on its feet by implementing Tetrarchs to rule the worlds that basically the Indomitus Crusade reconquered. And part of that was the Plague War, right? So yes, you're correct. This particular campaign, I'm assuming, is because Decimus Felix and the rest of the Tetrarchs either failed or were killed defending the 500 worlds from the Pariah Nexus and the Leviathan Resurgent. That, I think, is where we're at. Because also the Necrons are getting their Satan gods revamped. Like, the Nightbringer is no longer a guy on a 25mm base. He actually looks like a shard of a dark god. So, I don't know. I think that's a good take. I can't wait for that 500 Worlds books. I honestly think that Games Workshop is going to make it. Is going to make it like the sunsetting thing, or not the sunsetting thing, but it is going to sunset 11th edition into it. Let's see. Although I don't know, one company can do what 10 chapters couldn't do. It's I don't know. You're right, but at the same time, it's the Ultramarines. They're gonna connive their way into doing something. Games Workshop really knows how to really cheese a storyline. They make it super compelling, and then the Ultramarines come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna make it so that the Ultramarines might actually lose a battle, but then Cato Sicarius shows up. Of course they do.
But then they remembered that they're the Ultramarines.
Yeah, but then they remembered they can't die. Of course they. Uh,
Blasters can't penetrate plot armor of that magnitude.
yeah, yeah. Oh wait, we remembered we're the bad guys. The one thing that I have to gripe about when it comes to painting faces is that there's such tiny fucking details. And as good as I'm getting about painting tiny details, I feel like I also don't want to fuck up. I will say, Dave, how are the details on the Trench Crusade models, the resin ones at least? Are they pretty decent?
Oh, the detail's insane, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely insane. The stuff you can get out of a resin printer blows my goddamn mind. I
Really?
have, I'm not sure. I think I sent you the picture. I have a trench knife that is shorter than my pinky nail is across, probably about half the length of my pinky nail across, and it has knuckle dusters,
Does it
like
really?
holes for the fingers. Yes,
Did you already receive your Trench Crusade minis? I didn't put an order in. My buddy, my buddy who's on the call with us, he
I did the SPLs.
yeah he did the STLs and he did the Kickstarter. Quackamole says I'm still waiting for my own. What are you waiting for?
I've heard of that. I've heard that had some. It's because so many people ordered, they did not expect to have to fulfill this, and they've kind of dropped the ball a little bit, is my understanding.
I see. I see. Is it the files that they're running out of? Like I'm confused.
No. The actual printed minis, because you could order the minis. You didn't have to order the file. I ordered the file because my brother-in-law had a printer he wasn't using. He was just going to give it to me. So I figured great opportunity to get into resin printing, a whole bunch of files to get me started. And
and
hey, it's cheaper to print them than it is to buy them.
and start a
So
whole new hobby in the process.
yeah, but I did the math, man, and um, after I got out of 40K, I got into X-Wing, BattleTech, and Trench Crusade, and between the three of them, I think I have just barely hit what I spent on 40K.
Ah, well, you're not wrong. 40K is prohibitively expensive.
It's a bit, yeah, it's a bit. I mean, you and I have a friend who's a highly paid corporate accountant, and it's a little pricey for him. So
the ad, the ad always gets me. I'm sorry, man. I am sorry. What Dave was saying is he got the STLs. He didn't actually order the actual models. Um, so apparently there is a backlog, Guacamole, on the models. So as I was saying, I'm still waiting for my minis. Yeah, there's a massive back order, which you would
that's my understanding anyway.
which you would think before they moved to plastic minis they would honor everybody's commitments. Or maybe that's their way of honoring everyone's commitments is trying to figure out. Uh, oh, thank you, Guacamole, thank you, Tiny Gray people. No more ads for you. Oh yeah, that's very nice. That's very nice. Yeah, thank you for the gifted sub. That's always lovely. By the way, for those of you that know, if you do gift subs and all that stuff, the money does go to the charity that I am championing. Um, uh, and actually, we got to pay out. Not that too long ago. Did that actually hit the actual? Let me see. Did that actually hit the? No, it did not. Not yet. Okay, it will hit. All right. Oh, they finally came out with a frickin' memorandum about the continuing resolution. Thank God. Uh, I remember reading something about a backlog, but wasn't that like in the summer of July? Potentially. Trench Crusade, I am not as familiar with as I probably should be, being a wargaming channel and all that stuff, and talking about lore and shit. But Games Workshop is my corporate master. I work the pull for GW.
What little I know is as follows, because I'll admit it. Once I got mine, I stopped paying attention.
Uh-huh.
Eh, at least I'll cop to it. From what I have seen in the scuttlebutt, they're still having fulfillment. I mean, it's a Kickstarter. There's always fulfillment. I've never been part of a Kickstarter that didn't have some sort of fulfillment issues. But they're still having some, and it continues. My guess is they literally did not expect their Kickstarter to blow up like it did, and they're still like they're especially with their conversion over to plastic. They're probably thinking, is it worth acquiring more printers or um, sending this out to other print shops when we're not going to need the printers? But I don't know.
I
I
mean,
hope you get your stuff soon, dude.
what are you waiting on, Quackamole? I totally fucked up this guy's face. God damn it. Well,
Did you fuck up his face or did the war do it?
the Court of the Seventh Serpent in physical and the book and pretty much, and that's it, I think.
Well, I know the book's not ready because the book is going to the printers pretty soon. Because my buddy got the physical book, or will be getting the physical book.
I'm gonna have to try and save this guy's face. Fuck. I mean, yes, he is a stormtrooper, or sorry, yes, he is a line guardsman. So a malformed face isn't always a bad thing, but I kind of want to be able to save this guy's face. We're gonna try and rescue it as best as possible. I wanted a second army, but I don't have the money. Yeah, truer words ever spoken. I want to start a new faction, but it's getting kind of expensive.
No, the Kickstarter coincided with a boost in revenue, and I was like, "Well, I've got extra money. I can't just not spend it."
So what are you playing? You're playing Pilgrims? You're playing
Me,
Yeah.
I have one of each army,
Oh.
or more accurately, I will have one of each army when I finish painting everything.
Oh, okay. All right.
My black grail is one model short, but it's my Lord of Tumors, and he, as I said before, needed substantial reconstructive surgery. So he's moving along, but he's not there yet. I think I'm one suit of machine armor and one yeoman away from finishing my Antioch force. I got nothing but hero models for my heretics. I need rank and file for my Sultanate. What the hell do I need for my pilgrims? I just finished the anchor. I feel like there's something else in the pilgrims I'm supposed to finish, but I can't remember what it is because I got the line guys for that. And what did I leave out? Oh, my seven serpents. I got almost nothing. I don't even know if I have anything for that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
the only thing I have for my seven serpents is my Sin Eater mercenary.
so all right, walk me through, seeing as I do not know any of the factions
Okay.
other than New Antioch, the Prussians, the Pilgrims, and that's it. All I know is them, and they're like they're obviously the forces of the church. Um, so like
So
walk.
it basically works back to this. There's three forces fighting for God and three forces fighting for hell.
Okay.
There's Antioch, which is the army. That's the organized resistance against hell.
Okay.
It is ostensibly Catholic, but there's a lot of indications that there's not only collaboration with the Arabic Muslim faction, but there's definitely some Kabbalistic stuff going on. So the Jews are in there somewhere. I'm not really sure which faction they're represented in, but they're hanging around doing Kabbalistic stuff.
Okay.
That's the organized army against hell. The pilgrims are basically just really enthusiastic, crazy people.
Excellent.
The official sanction of the church, but I mean, it's the church. Really enthusiastic people have their place, and that's where their place is. Basically, you get people who just they see some stuff and they're like, well, God said he wants us to go murder some people for him. And a bunch of people go, oh, that sounds like a fun job to me. Let's go do it. And the third godly faction is the Iron Sultanate, which basically, when hell popped up, so too did an iron wall that curtained certain parts of Muslim-controlled areas off from Jerusalem and the original Hellmouth. They are they're in league with Antioch, but they're not the same. It's sort of like the Mechanicum and Terra.
Gotcha.
They're on the same side, but they're not the same people.
Gotcha.
And on the other side, the heretics are the human hell faction. Sinners, rapists, murderers, those people.
Yeah.
They have some hell technology, but basically, if hell just unleashes, then God unleashes, Earth ceases to exist, and nobody wins.
Gotcha.
So they got to play it, kind of. They got to play by pawns.
Right.
The Seven Serpent is ostensibly the main hell faction. That's the seven deadly sins and all the underlords and overlords that are part of it. Lastly, there's the Black Grail, because Beelzebub doesn't play well with others. Every once in a while, he goes off and makes some mischief on his own. The Black Plague, for example. So because he so frequently wanders off and does his own stuff, he gets his own specific faction.
Okay, all right.
But
Yeah.
seeing as how all the overlords quibble anyway, technically any faction can be allied, or not any faction can be allied with, but any faction can be opposed to any other faction.
Gotcha. Yeah, Crocomole just said Beelzebub. The Black Grail is basically Nurgle.
Well, I mean, technically Nurgle is technically Beelzebub, but yes. Lord of Flies has been around a little longer than GW.
Okay, I was just curious, like where they all landed.
That's That's the gist of it. If you're curious, there's a lore book I can send.
I don't mind. I don't mind. Like I wouldn't mind reading up on it. I just like for some reason it just doesn't. It's just not like it's not my bag. You would
No,
think.
dude, I understand.
You would think it would be, but it's not for some weird reason. Um,
I get it. No judgment. If you're interested, they have a lore compendium that I have the PDF of.
oh yeah, I'll take a read.
Cool. I'll shoot that to you this evening.
Yeah, again, it's because I was talking to somebody. They're like, man, you think like you're into wargaming and all this stuff. You don't think what's it called? Uh, uh, why don't you like it? I'm just like, I don't know. I just don't like it. I think it's because if I had to like pick a reason, I think it's because there's like unlike in 40K where there are planets and we read about like the common folks' lives and like yes, a lot of them are eking out meager existences, but there's like just enough to represent, you know, um, uh, like normalcy, something like that. Like there's like it's the why we fight. I think um, that I think is missing in Trench Crusade.
Game's only been around for 3 years, dude. I mean, give them time to build some lore.
No, 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 no,
But
no.
you also like sweeping battles. You are not going to get that in that game.
Oh, well, yeah, true. I do
I mean,
enjoy. I I
the
do
biggest
enjoy
thing
mega
you've got is a
battles.
brazen bull, which is just a really angry cow with a cannon, which is neat, but it's not a Lehman Russ.
What's that? It's the Brazen Bull. Oh, it doesn't sound too scary. It's got a cannon.
Well, yeah, I mean, you blow a cow up to what is probably somewhere in the area of 15, 16 feet tall, give it biceps, a tonlet, and remove one of its arms and replace it with a cannon, and
Fucking.
then put a giant F-all sword in the other hand. Yeah, that's going to ruin your day a little bit.
I. It's. I'm grade A USDA approved Black Angus.
See, I do another one. I'm so putting USDA on him. Oh, yes. I do another brazen bull. I'm absolutely doing that. I bet I can do what do you call it, the cut marks too. So like
Oh,
mowing.
oh man, that would
I'm
be
doing that.
amazing. The Temple of
Well,
the Temple of Metamorphosis is a weird little faction of full of body horror. I mean, it sounds like it's a weird faction full of body horror. I'll have to take your word for it. Um, but yeah, I do love sweeping battles. I enjoyed massive mega battles.
oh, those were so much
Oh
fun.
my god. I enjoyed the massive mega battles because yes, my army was never always the most powerful or slash broken on the field, but it allowed me to actually play the game how I think Warhammer really is supposed to be played, which is strategical, right? Tactical
And you
decision.
got to wear a hat.
Huh?
And you got to wear a hat.
I did get to wear a hat. I got to wear a hat many a time. Uh, but it was a lot. It allowed me to play the game tactical, or sorry, strategical instead of tactical. Um, which I think Warhammer does far better than anything else. Um, but yeah, oh god, I loved those massive those apocalypse level mega battles.
Oh yeah.
Those were fun days. Those were good days. You show up to the store at frickin' 8 o'clock in the morning. The mall wouldn't have even officially opened.
Oh yeah, good times. I liked the one where that kid brought in the 7 foot tall Titan.
Oh my god.
That
That
was the
was
best one.
that was the best battle. That was so fucking fun. That was so fucking fun.
It was well thought out. Everybody had their job. It was different battles. It was like 3 battles that worked all together. It was such a good idea.
It was so fun. I think you would have loved the mega battle in Nottingham when I went to go play at Warhammer World. Oh my lord! I think you would have had a fucking field day, my guy. I know you got out of the hobby back in like what was it, 7 or 8? Um,
Oh no, a little later than that. But yeah, it's probably around 2009.
yeah, I think you would have loved it because like nothing game like criticize Games Workshop all you want, but they know how to make massive set piece battles engaging. Um, like they really do. They really do.
Their business practice.
Huh?
My issue with them is purely their business practices.
Oh yeah. Well, no. You can criticize them. Uh, go ahead.
No. That's all I got to say. All I can say against them that's negative is their business practice.
Oh yeah. No, criticize them for their business practice, but dear God, do they know how to put a show on?
Oh yeah, their product is awesome.
And the reason why I like big sweeping battles a lot more, again, because I can think more strategical, and I can actually flex my strategizing muscles a little bit more, is my army is not this all-powerful showstopper army. It 9 times out of 10 when I play a game, either I get tabled in 2 turns or I table the my opponent in 2 turns. There's no, huh?
I think usually took me 4.
Oh, well,
Losing your lead rock on the first turn usually helped.
but that's what I'm saying. Like there was no middle ground. Me and Tom, however, used to play like it was like bare knuckle boxing, beat down, drag out fights. Let me tell you.
IGV Tau was always a good match anyway.
Huh?
IGV Tau was always a good match anyway.
Yeah.
I told you, Scott, I realized that I never faced his Necrons with my Nids.
What? Scott?
Yep, never once. I never faced his Necrons with my Nids.
Really?
Right? Our Chaos duked it out, and each of our Chaos fought the other one's army, because I got tabled by his Necrons with my Chaos one time. I got smeared. A lot of it was dice rolls, if I remember correctly, but no, I got crushed by his Necrons one time. And I know his Chaos fought my Nids one time because I ate him. I did that trick where I blew up his tank and he threw the lictor out of it.
Oh yeah. God, I hated that trick. Oh, I fucking hated that trick.
That's a good. You didn't hate it as much as that guy who lost 2 Space Marine squads that way.
I hated that trick so much. It'd be like, okay, well, there goes my Lehman Russ, and surprise, Lictor. God damn it.
It's fair. To be fair, my Nids didn't take out your tanks nearly as easily as my Chaos did.
No, that is true. That Doom Bolt was a pain in my ass. The bane of...
The Earth.
Huh?
Usually the Earth Shaker.
Well, yeah, that too. Bane of my existence, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Although, as much as you like to tout your Earthshaker, you hated my grenade launchers for very specific reasons.
Yeah, you got more than a couple kills on me with your grenade. Like, you were not a bad player, dude. You were pretty good, and you were fighting solo because there weren't any other guard players, I recall.
No, because everyone hated playing the guard. Everybody hated playing the guard. either playing as the guard or playing against the guard. The I think the reason why I enjoyed it so much was the doctrines.
Or the build your own guard regiment.
Yeah.
Yeah, fourth edition was so good for that.
I always loved the faces they made was like, okay, well that was AP5, you got to remove your guard. No, sir, I have an armor save and it's a 4 up.
No, no, it's why fourth is my favorite edition. Chaos Space Marines were able to take veteran skills because they're 10,000 years old. They got a little bonus there. It cost a bunch, but it was worth it usually. And you could build your own Tyranids. Oh God, that was great.
You can kind of build them now, but they're very much
I've
templated.
read the Codex. You cannot.
Ah.
It's not even close.
Oh, really? Oh, well.
I've read it. It's not even close. To be fair, the versatility of 4 was kind of a side shuffle from 3, because in 3, you could take a base genus and make 3 wholly unique creatures per hive fleet.
Yeah, that's
It
true.
let you build stuff like flying gaunts, or excuse me, flying hormagaunts, i.e., gargoyles that work.
Yeah.
No. Gargoyles are flying with a ranged weapon, which is a complete waste of a Tyranid. But flying with a melee weapon, yeah. The only thing my Hormagons were missing was jump packs. Or even you could have flying rippers too.
Oh,
You
yeah.
could have, there was a way to put a venom cannon on a gaunt.
Yeah, I hated those.
I didn't say it's not practical, but you could do it.
I hated those. I hated the venom cannon.
I only had one. Actually, did I even have one? Yes, I did. I had my warriors carried them.
Your warriors carried lots of venom cannons, and if it wasn't
That's
the Carnifexes that got me, it was the goddamn venom cannons that did.
Well, the Carnifex was Barb Strangler. One was Barb Strangler, one was Twin Devourers.
Yeah, but it was the scything talons.
Oh yeah, no, Golgotha was not to be messed with. Golgotha took out a friggin' Avatar of Cain once. He shouldn't have been able to, but he did.
I will say I do like the fact that, again, the one time I got one over on your army, it was your vaunted Gene Stealers, and they got ran down by guardsmen.
Oh God. For those of you who he has not told this story to, allow me to elaborate.
I will let you elaborate.
I had 10 scything clawed Gene Stealers, which in 4th edition, they had rending, which was a little overpowered, which is why I liked it. If you rolled a 6 on your to hit, it was an auto wound, as in you did not get an armor save. And you didn't have to roll for toughness. So that's 4 attacks on the charge per Gene Stealer. 10 Gene Stealers. That's 40 dice. I did not rend once. I only got 3 hits. That only translated into 2 wounds and 2 kills. His guardsmen managed to kill 3 Gene Stealers, which not only means they won combat, but they won combat by enough that they caused a leadership check. A Gene Stealer's leadership is 10. I failed this roll, which means they fled and were pursued. Their initiatives were 6 for the Gene Stealers and 3 for the guardsmen. I rolled a 1. The Commissar here rolled a 5, which means he caught me, which means that his guardsmen were charged by Gene Stealers, won combat, the Gene Stealers ran away and were caught and butchered by guardsmen.
The
The math on that means I should have played the lottery that day.
the look of disbelief on this man's face. Because I also pulled something truly audacious with my grenade launchers. I've alluded to it, but I've never told the story. So, my first official game of Warhammer 40K was 3.5. They were about to roll over into 4th edition. The Guard got a stopgap codex, right, that had the doctrines. And you could make your own bespoke guardsman regiment. So, I did just that. And I gave my guardsmen carapace. I gave my guardsmen sharpshooters. I gave my guardsmen grenadiers. I gave my guardsmen hardened veterans. And I gave my guardsmen commissars. Those were the 5 doctrines I took. Now, basically, if you took those doctrines, you couldn't get anything else out of all the Gucci stuff out of the codex, right? You couldn't take sanction psychers, you couldn't take ogrins. If you went strictly with the doctrines, you couldn't take any of the other stuff. You could only do it your own way, right? Well, at this point, you had to pay for every weapon upgrade, and the cheapest special weapon upgrade were flamers and grenade launchers.
Flamers. 8 points for a grenade launcher, 6 points for a flamer.
And I knew that the Guard were not fantastic close combat folks, but what the grenade launcher was a weapon of assault with 1 assault. So no matter what I did, if I had to move my units around, I could still fire the grenade launcher. And rapid fire weapons were, if you moved, you could only fire them at half distance. So I was like, well, it's kind of a foregone conclusion. I need grenade launchers. Now, back in the days of yore, for the Commissar, for the game, right? Oh, have a good day, Quackamo. In the days of yore, you had armor ratings for your tanks. And grenade launchers were strength 6. I think they were AP 1 or 2. I can't remember.
The crack grenades were 6.3.
6.3, sorry. Or sorry, 6.4. They were AP 4. That's right. Crack grenades were AP 4. So they were strength 6, AP 4 weapons. Not bad. Could get rid of lightly armored or medium armor infantry, right? Or lightly armored tanks. Dave here was about to run my unit over with my stormtroopers, by the way, which were a linchpin of my army because I didn't have a whole bunch of them to begin with.
I would like to point out that this particular game, he's talking about his stormtroopers. You were still playing with my models.
Well,
at this point.
That's true. That's true. Very much true. You had graciously lent me enough to flesh out a stormtrooper unit.
We were all still learning.
And we were also skint broke. Even back then, we were bum-ass fucking gamers. So, the stormtrooper squad, he was about to charge his traitor Chimera down the neck of my stormtrooper squads. So, this initiated a tank shock. So, the tank shock basically means that if you hit the tank, you could do death or glory. Well, a Chimera's armor is armor 12, front armor. So I fire a grenade launcher. I rolled a hit, and now I need a 6, not only a 6 to glance, because I can't penetrate, because you have to get higher than the actual armor value. And it's based off of strength. So I had to roll a 6 to glance, and then to stop it from killing my guardsmen, I had to blow it up. So,
You could have killed the motivation, so you basically had a 2 in 6 chance on that one.
yeah. So I had to kill. I had to kill the guardsman, or I had to kill the motivation of the tank, right, for the death or glory. Otherwise, my entire squad was wiped out. I rolled a 6 to glance, and then I rolled a 6 on the glancing table. That 6 on the glancing table basically destroyed the um, the Chimera, and his
There you go,
exact
basic body. You blew it to shit.
yeah, he and his exact words were, Kevin, I frelling hate you. Now, granted, I still lost that game, but that is where I learned the true power of moral victory.
That 1 in 36 chance has netted Games Workshop several $1,000s now. That was the first game you and I played.
That was
Because
the first
played it
game.
on my dad's playing table in the basement.
Yeah, that was the first game we played.
It was a good shot too, because I had pinned you between a hill and the edge of the game map. So if you hadn't death or gloried, you would have died.
Oh yeah, no, I would have died. I would have died by retreating, or I would have died underneath the tank treads. So had to do something.
That poor Chimera.
It would the first and only time I've ever done a Hail Mary. Well, no, not first only, but that was my first time doing a Hail Mary roll.
They call it death or glory for a reason, Commissar.
So speaking about, you haven't played a game of Trench Crusade, have you? Like,
I have not had a full army to do it with yet. No.
what's the difference game style wise? Like, we already know.
Very different.
Okay,
Very different.
Walk me through it. Like, educate me, my guy.
Okay. Well, it's still a D6, or actually it's 2D6. Basically, you roll 2D6 regardless of what you're doing. And there's modifiers to that, but they're different than the modifiers that you'd get in either D&D or Warhammer.
Okay.
And basically, you got to roll 7 or above to succeed. If you roll a 12, you succeed exceedingly well.
Okay.
The modifiers are plus and minus dice. Basically, if you have a minus dice, it means you roll 3 dice and take the 2 lowest.
Oh.
If you roll plus dice, you roll 3 dice and take the 2 highest. But it doesn't stop with ones. For example, I have a Lord of Tumors. His melee is plus 4. So
Okay.
I roll 6 dice and take the 2 highest.
Okay. So you roll 6 dice and take the 2 highest. What is a critical fail and what is a critical success?
Critical fail is just a fail.
Okay.
There is no critical fail, but a critical success, and a critical success only matters on certain things. Attacking, you basically, if you get a critical success, you do more damage, depending on the weapon. There's some weapons it doesn't really, like if I have a club, having a critical success doesn't do much for me except that I cause a wound like I normally would. But if I have a sword, that's a critical weapon.
Yep.
So when I hit you with that, instead of rolling 2 dice to wound you, I roll 3 dice and add them together.
Oh.
And again, if I get a 12 plus on that, I do more damage.
Oh, of course.
If I roll a 12 on that, you're dead.
Say again?
If I roll a 12 plus on the wound, you're dead.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's an instant kill.
That is irregardless of size of the model.
Oh, okay.
Now there are other rules that mitigate that. One is called toughness, which basically means when you get hit like that and you die, you get a second life.
Oh, okay.
But that is a very rare thing.
So I'm assuming Johnny come lately doesn't get the
No, that's pretty much just like commanders and really big shit.
So your brass bull has toughness.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
oh yeah. I think all the commanders do, just because either will of the gods or they're just fuck huge. Um, and there's the anchorite has it, and machine armor has a version of it.
Machine armor. Those are the guys in the kind of the Panzer knight
Yeah,
armor, right?
yeah,
Okay.
yep.
All right. Gotcha. Gotcha.
There's not much in the way of upgrades for that sort of thing. Like there's no armor you can buy that will give you toughness. There's weapons that you can buy that will give you different types of damage. Like if you fire a flamethrower, if I shoot you with a flamethrower, I do roll to do damage, but because you're also on fire, you automatically take one wound.
How many
Or
wounds? How many
one,
wounds does everyone get? Is it baseline one
I,
wound?
yes, it is, and I misspoke. You don't take a wound; you take a blood marker.
Okay.
Blood marker is basically a wound. Is basically you have been wounded. And those can be used for a couple of purposes. Like if you have a blood marker and you're shooting at my guy, I can spend the blood marker on your guy to make you miss the shot, or
Oh. Okay.
or to make it harder for you to hit me. So
Oh.
let's say you've got a guy, you got a sniper or something. He's got a good gun, good range. He's got a bonus to hit, but he's been wounded. I can call in that blood marker, and I can call in multiple blood markers. To each blood marker gives you a -1 die.
Ah. Okay.
So let's say you have a +1 to your attack. I spend the blood marker. Now your attack is baseline.
Ah. Okay. All right.
There's also something called goetic magic. Seven Serpent has it, and basically it means I have magic powers, and I use blood markers from all over the map. So if let's say I have a bunch of guys that go charge, there's a battle, there's a whole bunch of guys that are hurt. I can just take those those blood markers, and turn them into a fireball.
Oh. Oh.
And it doesn't matter which side I take the blood markers from to do that.
That's disrespectful.
It is. Goetic magic is very mean. There's actually a couple things that the goetic magic can do. There's a guy called Hunter of the Left Hand Path, and for a goetic thing, he can teleport across the board.
I'm assuming that they're glass cannons, though, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to get him into like close combat, but you can get them out again if there's enough blood markers on the board. And glass cannon is an appropriate ability. He has something called a Leith bow, which is it's just rude.
Oh, is it really?
It's just rude. Yeah, no, it's long range, high damage. It's unkind. The trick of it is if he doesn't have the goetic magic to power him, he's basically a normal dude for 3 times the points cost.
Oh, okay. So, if you're rolling terrible and you don't cause blood tokens, you basically have an overpriced infantryman.
Yeah. So if you're playing goetic, which I didn't really think about how it was supposed to work before I read through the rules half a dozen times.
Mm-hmm.
Goetic magic doesn't make a lot of sense. You got to plan your army to support. Basically, you got to have a whole bunch of expendable dudes to get hurt or to hurt others, so you can basically feed your crack habit.
Well, interesting. All right.
Keeping in mind all those cheap little dudes, I mean, there's a 1 in 36 chance, no matter what happens, that they just die. And if you die, you get no blood markers. So yeah, I can throw 8 lightly armed dudes whose only job it is to flail at you with their fingertips and cause chaos, so that I can mine the blood tokens to kill bigger shit. But if you kill them or they kill you, the blood markers stop, and my sorcerer or my hunter or whatever don't have goetic powers until I get some more.
Ah. Spare blood markers, sir. Spare blood markers for the poor mage.
Yes. And let's say I do damage to you, I need the blood markers to what do you call it, to affect my magic. I have to heal you to use my magic.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Now it means if I hurt you, I power my stuff. But if nobody gets hurt, my stuff isn't powered.
Well, that's upsetting.
It is a little bit of a. It sounds very overpowered. I have a feeling it's more balanced than it looks. But if you're focusing just on the good parts, yeah, it's a very, very powerful ability.
It sounds almost monkey's paw. Like,
A lot of stuff. I mean, it's hell, dude. You're not just gonna get nice things all the time.
yeah, well, you would think that hell wouldn't screw over its own people if it's trying to win.
Oh no, dude! The whole point of the game is hell screws over its own people.
Oh, really?
The Templars basically opened the door to hell and went, "Hello, is anyone in there?" And hell, via a combination of not having its acts together and all of the overlords arguing with each other, that's the reason that there's still an Earth.
Oh, okay.
Is because what do you call it? Hell, time in hell moves a lot slower. So as far as hell is concerned, 800 years have passed. That's a drop in the bucket.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
When you're dealing with literal eons of time, they're basically going, "Has someone opened a window?" In addition to it, it's is it the crab problem, where all the crabs in a bucket?
No, I've not heard this one before.
It's a psychological term. I think it may have actually been debunked. I don't remember. But basically, if you put a bunch of crabs in a bucket, when they try to crawl out, the other crabs will pull them down, and you try to use them to climb out. So no crab can get out because any crab that's in the bucket is pulling down the other crabs so that they can't get out either.
Oh.
That is kind of the situation you find yourself in with hell. Is they could have won if it's the same thing with chaos. If they actually worked together and put their petty differences aside, they'd win by now. I mean, honestly, it's pretty much any faction in 40K except the Tau.
Oh, you're gonna like this. So speaking about lore and Tau, you remember how I said that I believe the Emperor's got like different aspects of himself because everyone's believing in
Yeah, I'm going
different
to
things?
quiz you on more of that later because it sounds very interesting, and there was a lot more names that you were throwing out than I was expecting.
So, it has been hinted that the human auxiliaries and the other alien auxiliaries of the Tau have developed.
Okay, the Gulavesa.
Huh?
The Gulavesa.
Yeah. Well, no, not just the Guavesa. All the auxiliaries. All
Oh, okay. So the Kroot, the Vespid, the whatever the fuck else they came up with.
Yep. The Kroot, the Vespid, and the humans, and a few of the other alien races that they've indoctrinated. Because they have shadows in the warp, because they actually reflect into the warp, it has been, and because of the Great Rift, there has been sightings of a deific Tau being called the Spirit of Good.
That sounds exactly what the Tau would call it.
No, here's the best part. Here's the best part. The Tau are fucking terrified. There's a book, I forget what it is. I think it's actually in a Warhammer horror short story. Basically, the Tau were experimenting with warp travel. The problem is that there were humans on the ship, so the Tau don't have Geller fields. So, right. Or they were trying to experiment with a Geller field like source.
Yeah.
Right. But the problem is that their Tau experimental Geller field malfunctioned. Normally, it wouldn't necessarily be an issue, but because there were humans on the ship, the demons took notice and had a fucking field day. The only thing that saved the remainder of the crew was this spirit of good, of the greater good, that banished all the demons and spat the ship out of the warp, right? Um,
Mhm.
so, what unfortunately then happened was the Tau commander of that particular test field expedition reported back to, his commander. And they were like, well, obviously the demons were still on the ship. How'd you manage to make the demons weak enough so that way you could fight them? And he was like, we had to kill the human crew. And
Yeah.
and then on top of that, not only did they have to kill the human crew, but then he turned around and said, if we want to survive, if we want to do any other experiments with the warp, no one, absolutely no one cannot, like, there cannot be any Tau in, there cannot be any non Tau species in our empire, not even the crew. So the Tau are not thrilled that there is a potential deific manifestation of the greater good.
Cow. They've done such a good job of making it such a young race. They're young, they're promising, but they keep sticking their fingers on the light socket.
Yeah, I love the fact that they introduced that they've been hinting at um the that the fact that the Tau are about to get a chaos god, and the Tau are not happy about it.
The Tower aren't happy about nothing.
But anyway, your questions, good sir.
What's up?
You said you had further questions.
All right. So you ran off a whole bunch of stuff. The emperor that is worshipped, the true emperor. Are these all documented, or are these your thoughts?
So the emperor that is worshipped is basically the ecclesiarchy's version of the emperor. Um,
And you think that this has manifested into its own being?
yes, I truly believe so.
Okay.
I
Okay.
well, because what's the warp? The warp is nothing but faith.
Correct.
It is the raw emotions of the subconscious human being, Eldar, Orc, you name it, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
so you have the Emperor of Belief, which can be kind of broken up into several different aspects. You have the Emperor, the vengeful Emperor, you have the merciful Emperor, and then so you got those two, right? The vengeful Emperor
Mm-hmm.
is like the one that's like, if you do not believe in me, I will smite you down, right? Kind of a deal. The merciful one is, believe in me, for I can save you, kind of a deal, right?
Right. New Testament, Old
Yeah,
Testament.
yeah, basically. Um, then you have the true emperor, which is the emperor that believed in the imperial creed, in the imperial truth,
Yep.
that that was like, I am not a god. Stop asking, or stop worshiping me. I am not a god, right?
Damn
And
it, Erebus.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
We just talked about
yeah,
this.
yeah. And then uh, you have the King in Yellow, which again I don't necessarily know if that is a version of the Emperor or if that's Constantine Valdor or a mix of both. Um, you have
Who is
um,
Constantine Valdor? You've mentioned him a few times.
Constantine Valdor is like one of the oldest members of the Custodes.
Okay, I thought the name sounded familiar, but I could not place him. Okay, thank you.
It was between Constantine Valdor, Malcador, and the Emperor. Those are like the original triumvirate,
Gotcha.
for lack of a better term. Yeah, obviously you have the Astartes and Erda and John Grammaticus and Olennius Pius, like all the perpetuals. Yeah, 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 yeah. But realistically, the Emperor's inner circle was Malcador and Constantine Valdor.
Gotcha.
Um, uh, then you have um, okay. Then you have obviously the Omnissiah, which we now know isn't the Void Dragon, the Satan Shard Void Dragon.
Well, that's good. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, no. So the Necrons have decided to play Who's That Pokemon, and the Void Dragon is still under Mars and under Lock and Key, but it is not the Emperor. It is not. It is not the
Okay.
Omnissiah. Uh,
Okay.
Games Workshop. Games Workshop has kind of hinted that the Void Dragon still may influence Mars, but not to the extent that a lot of people thought of, oh, the Omnissiah is the Void Dragon. I don't mean to end. Uh, I don't mean to put an end to the conversation, but the King in Yellow is not the Emperor or a version. He is Constantine Valdor. See, we don't know that for certain. We have a pretty. It's like 80%. It's like 80% that the King in Yellow is Constantine Valdor, but there is not enough. Um, there's just enough doubt in my mind to where I think maybe Dan Abnett's going to pull a fast one on us, and it's not going to be Constantine Valdor. And the only other person that has the amount of power that the Emperor has is the Emperor or Malkador. But Malkador, he's gone.
Malkador exploded.
Yeah, well, he didn't explode. He disintegrated.
Well, yeah, burned into nothingness.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. I friggin' love Malkador.
It really is a shame. Really is a shame. Although Malkador in the 41st millennium, can you imagine the amount of shiesty shit?
They don't have they do not have a classification for what Malkador is.
To remind everybody, he's the guy that force choked Horus, saying, "I was there when you were made, and I can equally unmake you." Whew. That is literally the most badass definition of I brought you into this world and I can fucking take you out. Ooh.
No, I love Malkador. I have a very soft space in my heart for all of the Emperor Malkador memes. Not because I feel that the Emperor needs to be made a joke of, but because I think the Emperor needed a bro. And Malkador is that bro. Like, is it exactly the way the meme showed it? Of course it isn't. But, like, you know that, like, someone would call, they'd be, like, before the heresy, like, Ferrus Manus would come up and say something that he thought was innocuous, and Malkador and the Emperor look at each other and both giggle about something that happened 800 years ago. And I just like the idea of that being just an aspect of the Emperor, not a huge one. He's very business in front, party in the back, but just that there was someone who could talk to the Emperor on his own level.
Oh yeah, and not just talk to the Emperor on his own level, but also call him out on his bullshit too. Be like, brother, we've tried this before.
I want 20 sons.
All right. Well, it wouldn't make any sense if the king, if he wasn't the King in Yellow, referring to Constantine Valdor, because as it's told so far, that he's against the Imperium and he's trying to figure out the true name of the Emperor to gain power over him. And as far as I know, and that's as far as I know. I mean, I could be wrong. Well, yes, we're talking about Annuncia. Constantine Valdor is trying to potentially learn the true name of the Emperor. But even if he did find out the true name of the Emperor through Annuncia, I think the Emperor is way too goddamn powerful. And for him to control. And the one thing that Dan Abnett is really good at letting you know is that no matter how powerful you get, you're never in control. Um,
Point. Well said.
Christ's sakes, look at Eisenhorn. Actually, no, I'll do one better. Look at the poor bastard that is Ravener. Ravener was literally an up-and-coming, the new hotness on the block when it came to the Inquisition. As a matter of fact, he was at the apex of his tutelage between Eisenhorn and all the other Inquisitors. And what did all that power beget him? A fucking burning thunderbolt fighter to the face. And now he's in a chair.
He is a chair.
Well, he is a chair. He is literally a floating hover round. And then on top of that, Ravenor, being as powerful as he was psychically, couldn't stop the demon sleight at all. He had to use literally a wink and a nod and chicanery just to get him to save his ass. So that's my take on it. Well, that's why I said from a chapter, if Cypher could give the sword of the lion to the Emperor and the Emperor would revive. Hey, Commissar Hecht, now I'm considering building trenches. Well, you can blame that on my buddy Dave. Congratulations, Dave. Your corruption of my followers has come full circle.
I haven't even played the damn game yet. I'm good at this.
The man who started me on my Warhammer path and has made sure that Games Workshop stock has increased yearly over the years.
Oh yeah, I should be getting a friggin' dividend. Well, I was the get to like 6 of you guys. I should have gotten like a pat on the back or like a little fake medal or one of them the lowest end plaque that YouTube gives you.
By the way, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel, Mad Dog. Thank you as a first-time chatter. I'm so glad that we're able to talk lore with each other. Oof, ads. A minute and a half ads. God damn it. Twitch.
You want to know how I got around it?
Ha.
I don't have Twitch.
Oh, well, that's true.
But if you don't have Twitch, if you don't want to comment, you can watch the stream and not get ads.
Yeah. Or you can support me on my YouTube. I'm trying to get that fucking monetized too. And I can control when ad breaks happen on YouTube, which would be never. It'd be at the beginning of the stream and at the end of the stream. That's it.
I think you need to do advertisements to Raid Shadow Legends.
Stop.
You're more of a World of Warship guy, though.
I am many things, but I will never whore out to Raid Shadow Legends. Although I have seen a lot of their character developments, character models, and they are very well put together. Granted, most of them are reskins, but they are put together nicely.
See, I do it just so I can go Raid Shadow Legends. I want to do the thing.
Oh, okay. Well,
I don't care. I don't actually know what it's all about. But I think it's just fun to say.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's like WOG. You don't have to know what it means. You just yell it.
But anyway, I think Dan Abnett is going to reinforce it doesn't matter how powerful you are, you will always crave power, and power will lead to your damnation. I think that will be the end of that book. Now, do I foresee Dan Abnett making another series after the Beckwin trilogy? Probably not. It's the same thing that I said about Gaunt's Ghosts. If he makes another Gaunt's Ghost book, I will fly to England and throw down with him. Uh, Mainly because it was such a neat. It was so well tied together. Um, and it was probably the best happy ending I could ever ask for Gaunt and his ghosts. Let's be real.
And for Abnett.
Yeah, well, I mean, and for Abnett, let's be real.
Abnett doesn't do happy endings.
Yeah, Abnett does not do happy endings at all.
This is the man that killed Eisenhorn's best friend, had Eisenhorn killed his oldest friend, blew up the starship he'd been flying on for 3 books, killed the leader of the master of that starship, and blew away both of his knees in the course of 2 pages.
Yep.
Abnett has done some bad stuff to some very undeserving people, but nothing quite like that.
I've been looking into Trench Crusade for the past 48 hours. After not really paying too much attention about it, other than that's cool. My ADHD hyperfixation is in full effect. Well, I have somebody that knows a little bit more about Trench Crusade than I do, because I don't play Trench Crusade. Sorry. Again, I love sweeping battles. You can't get that.
That's fair. I love them too.
Oh, I actually wanted to get your opinion on the old world. Warhammer Old World. What's your opinion on that? I didn't get to ask you that.
All right. I've seen a little bit about Old World.
Okay.
I'm not particularly well informed on it. There it is. I was looking for that. Sorry, I'm bringing the stream up so I can see what people are saying to me.
Someone is asking you to talk dirty heretical to you. Congratulations.
I mean, I sent you that picture of that tank, right?
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave will be providing services after this stream. He charges about $10 a minute, so, get your credit cards ready.
Yeah, it's a simple introductory level. It goes up after that. I mean, I got worse offers. Teresa once tried to sell me for less than my body weight in glitter.
I mean, it's glitter.
She couldn't even get my body weight. Like, she didn't haggle.
But it's glitter. Like, it gets every.
But like,
could you imagine the amount of?
I'm a fairly big dude. 270 pounds of glitter is not an inconsequential amount of glitter. She was prepared to part with me for less than 100 pounds of glitter.
Yes, but 100 pounds of glitter is still going to get everywhere. At this point, we're talking overkill.
Yes, we are.
At this point, sand is easier to clean off than glitter at 100 pounds.
Oh, no, at any point, sand is easier to clean off than glitter. You could walk across Tatooine, the sand will fall off, that glitter will still be there.
But anyway, yes. Dave has literally every faction so far that has been published by Trench Crusade. He was an original Kickstarter backer. Got the STL files, has been printing out all the factions. He just hasn't played a game.
I haven't had a chance to play a game. I understand the rules. I got most of the lore, but I haven't actually put models on tables yet. More's the pity.
More is the pity.
Here's my royal blue.
270? Ha! I wish I was 270.
I'm trying to get a little lower than that.
Yeah, you and me both, my guy.
I have a feeling you've never hit 270.
No, I'm at 240 right now, and I'm not comfortable with that. So.
Yeah, well, I mean that's where I'm supposed to be comfortable, and I am, let's just say, wider of shoulder than you.
We compare each other. I am like a sprinter fleet ship. Dave is an icebreaker.
Yeah. We're roughly the same height, but there's a lot more barrel chest and shoulders on me.
Low power on the odd one out here. I wish I could at least gain a pound.
I mean, if you want some of mine, I'm
Yeah,
prepared to
I
part with
mean,
them.
yeah. TRICARE will pay for plastic surgery. You can have some of mine, particularly around the belly area. Like I'm proportional everywhere else. It's just food sits on my fucking stomach. I'm on that seafood diet. I see food and I eat it.
Yep. And the holidays are coming up.
I know. Oh God, I know. It's such.
I've been fairly good lately. I haven't jumped on a scale, but I'm hoping it's down at least a little bit.
Jumps on the
Just
scale.
just so it's going to go up in the next 3 months. I'd like to lower the baseline first.
Jumps on the scale. The machine spirit says, "Get off me, please."
Yeah. But to your question, Old World. That's basically the hey, the apocalypse didn't happen part, right?
Yeah, it's but right. It's during the conflict of the three emperors, so it's not before. It's not during Karl Franz's time. Um,
Okay. Um, I mean, I'll be straight with you. I have last year, right before I got into the Trench Crusade thing, I was looking real hard at Warhammer Fantasy Roundabout Eighth Edition because all the codexes are out there and I found them, and there's a lot of fun to be like. I don't see myself ever getting back to 40K, but
I wouldn't blame you.
old Warhammer, I gotta say there's some appeal there. I like the tactical aspect of having to move stuff as a unit rather than everything being skirmishers. It sounded interesting to me. And then I looked at the price of what 3 rat ogres were, and I went, never mind. Um, I mean, everyone put on their bifocals and take their back medicine because I remember when ogres worked out to about $8 to $12 a piece for 6 of them. I think it was 6 ogres for like $40, I think. So they were less than, and now it's 3 rat ogres for 60.
Christ's sakes,
And,
you could buy a box of 20 Cadians for $1.50, right? Like
oh, back in the day, oh yeah, you could.
well, and I say 20 Cadians equaled $1.50, right? It was $30.
Yep. Yeah,
um,
Space Marines were $3 a piece if you bought them in a package, and Guardsmen were $1.50. And they were almost double that when I left, and I believe they've doubled again.
yeah, the new Cadian sprue. Hold on, let me give you the mental shock that is.
By all
Uh,
means,
the
I haven't cried in a little while.
I'm so glad I could provide you that service. Normally, people pay, uh, or they join the Air Force.
Yeah.
Let's see. A box of Cadians, a standard Cadian shock trooper, is $53.
For how many?
10.
Oh,
Yes, I know.
oh,
I know.
oh, oh, that does hurt.
Ah, yeah, yeah. It stings a little. Stormtroopers, the Tempestus Scions, uh, they are now $48 for a box of 5. And
Oh my God.
I know. The Kazarkin,
Uh-huh.
they're in the kill team format, but the Kazarkin, I remember being able to buy them at, I think it was like 35 or $40. They are now $69.
Well, those were metal when you were playing,
Those
right?
were metal when we
Or
were
when we were
playing.
playing. Yeah.
Yeah. They're now $69, which is a very
Oh.
adequate price because that's the amount of, that's the shape I have to go to just to pay for my Games Workshop stuff.
Mm.
And Ogrins used to come in a box of 5. Now they've got reduced to a box of 3, and now they are $65.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you're looking at a horde army and the unit you need the least of is $20 a piece, I don't want to know what a clan rat or a storm vermin costs per unit because I do know you need about 80 of them.
Though the one thing I do like about Age of Sigmar is that their prices aren't as ridiculous as 40K, and Old World is still at Old World pricing, but I foresee that changing in the near future fairly soon.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I am more lore wise because I've watched a couple lore videos about it. Lore wise, I'm more interested in the end of the world than what came after or the rewind.
Oh, you
I
mean
think I think the events of the end of Warhammer are vastly more interesting than the what came after.
oh yeah, Age of Sigmar? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are still I mean people are saying Age of Sigmar is more tightly balanced and all that stuff and it's better balanced than 40K is and all that stuff, but I really want to believe them. Like to Dave, I want to believe them. But the fact is that they hoed my poor Karl Franz. They hoed him so bad. And the
I got a hot take on that one. Not on Carl Franz. Carl Franz, awesome. Love Carl Franz. No, no. I have a hot take on balance. I think game balance to the level that they're getting at is exceedingly overrated.
really okay, all right,
If and that comes from me. I am not a competitive player. I am a play a game with my friends guy.
okay.
Now I understand if you're doing competitive, yes, there's meta and there's people who will, build the exact same army that has a zero point zero 0.01 greater chance of winning over any other army, etc. But I feel that a lot of the later codices that I've read, and I haven't read all of them, but I've read a few. I feel they took some of the heart out of the individual army. Like going back to fourth edition, everyone get your bifocals. Um, every arm or every force, not every army, but every codex was more or less really really good against one codex and really really bad against another codex. And how good and how bad was different from codex to codex, usually whichever one came out first or came out most recently.
Most recent, yeah.
um,
Eldar.
Space Marine. Yeah. Eldar, well, I think fourth edition Eldar was the meta,
Oh my
but
lord, Eldar.
Space Marine Eldar, what? Oh, it's just in a screech. Not getting into that. Not getting into that. But I I liked all the options they had and all the random combinations and nonsense BS you could figure out. Because if you weren't trying to screw over your opponent, if you were just trying to build your army and throw it to the wind, which is, I mean, that's what we were all doing. I think you gave you more options,
Oh yeah,
and I like the way
yeah.
I like the way that it went. Now I get it; they are a hobby that does thrive on competitive play, and making things more balanced is better for competitive play. But
Uh,
chess is competitive;
yeah,
it's not that interesting.
yeah. Uh, uh, Jay Mad Dog agrees with you. I don't actually want them to balance 40K because it makes sense. Obviously, because some armies and chapters are stronger than others. Um, the only thing I will say about balance is I want Games Workshop to achieve the 45-55 balance window. That way people can enjoy the armies that they build without worrying about getting tabled round 1 or round 2. Um because the turnoff is that if you're not having fun, right? Obviously there's fun in winning. But if you're not having fun with your friends because all you do is lose, I've been on the receiving end of that, and I've also been on the I'm always winning, right, end of that. And I because I've been on both sides, I really don't want people to get disheartened when they're playing the actual tabletop, right? Because unfortunately, a lot of people, um, when it comes to Warhammer, it's the tabletop. The tabletop is what kind of rules it all. Yeah, there's the building and the painting and the books and the games and the Warhammer Plus TV shows and the Amazon thing whenever that decides to get out of store and all that stuff like that is Warhammer 2 and the cosplaying and the all that stuff. That's Warhammer 2. But the core is the game. And if they balance the game to a point where you can have the variety of your army and yet still have fun when you're playing and potentially get a dub every once in a while, you know, that's all well and good. Um, but that's my take on it.
I mean, that's obviously the ideal, but I mean, how often does the ideal happen? And obviously, I know which direction they're going in, and I understand why they're going in that direction. But I do long for the days of more options. And yeah, if you're going to be a jerk and abuse the meta, yeah, you're going to win all the time. But you're not somebody I'm going to play with.
Oh yeah, sure.
I mean, case in point, as far as armies tailored to take out other armies. You know this story. None of your other people know because they've never listened to me before. Aren't they lucky? Um, the game I had in the big GW in Boston, where I got annihilated by those ball predators. I played a Synapse Web heavy Tyranid army. This is before you had to take a Hive Tyrant. A Hive Tyrant being a required thing was not a thing in 4th edition. You could use Warriors as your HQ choice, which I did because I like Warriors a lot more than Hive Tyrants for reasons that are irrelevant right here. But that means that even with an extended carapace, they all had 4-ups, 3-up saves. A ball predator is a rending machine gun. Technically, it's a twin-linked rending machine gun. He had 2 of them. He eviscerated everything that could control my army by turn 3. Honestly, it was damn impressive. I don't want to play that game every time. But the fact that I had a pretty good army, you can attest to this.
Yes, you did.
If
You
I
did.
didn't win, I tended to make a hell of a good show of myself. My Tyranid were quite good, and I got annihilated. There was a very, very hard counter to that army, and I only encountered it the one time. But you said I lost occasionally, but I only had my synapse web broken once, and that was it. He had the exact tool to destroy the exact thing I based my army on. And I thought, you know what? Having that happen every once in a while, damn. Or remember that great run Tom had with his Tau until he faced my Tyranid,
Oh my
and then
god.
he realized that I could charge him on turn 2,
Oh my
and
god.
he completely reevaluated his strategy.
Oh my god. That was
I still have happy dreams about the look on his face when he realized how quickly Hormagaunts move.
that was the funniest game ever because it was literally as soon as Dave hit the table, go ahead and play yakety sax.
Yeah.
I also think that people
And
have
he'd been doing well. He'd won like 3 games up to that point.
he
I
had
think he'd
it.
lost one and he'd won like 2 or 3. And then I tabled him in 3 turns.
I also think that people have a lot of trouble when playing tabletop because they don't actually defend their army's weakness. They just go right for numbers on their strengths. I mean, yeah. Okay. Perfect example. My army right now. I've only won one game with my army with the revamp of this codex. I'm not complaining. It is what it is. The guard were never a showstopper. Okay. They have decent tanks and they have decent artillery and they can be really fucking annoying. But they're not a sledge, they're not a showstopper. Um the reason why my guard, the way I'm playing them, do not win as much as they probably should is because I do not want to chase meta. And the only armies that I am seeing of the guard are meta armies doing well in tournaments. I don't want that. I want to be able to say, this is my army list. I have made this army list. I've tailored it kind of sort of towards victory, but I'm not here to be running you down with, you know, nonsense and all that stuff. You know, um, I don't. For example, I don't have any named characters in my army, and Warhammer 40K thrives off of characters, but
We
I don't.
sure do now.
I don't play off of named characters. I know that's stupid, and a lot of people are like, well, you should have a named character in your army because then you'll benefit from all their bonuses and all that stuff. And I was like, no, my army doesn't need a named character because not every army in the Imperial Guard is going to have a Lord Solar or a High Marshal. You know, that's just you know. So it's I prefer to play a fluffy list. Here, and I'll explain what I mean. I know I'm supposed to be painting, but I've been enjoying these talks. Let me explain what I mean. Okay. Let me explain. All right. So my list, my 2,000 point Imperial Guard list, as follows right now. Oh yeah. If I can get the. There we go. All right. Okay. Oh, good. It's focused. All right. So my 2,000 point Imperial Guard list as it follows right now. Right. My command squad is Acadian command squad, a Krieg command squad, a Lehman Russ commander, a stormtrooper commander, and a Primaris Psyker. Right. That's my no named characters. Then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, Yark, do you have to go to the bathroom? All right. Just want to make sure. I think I have 6. Yeah, I have 6 Death Corps of Krieg infantry squads. Then I have an artillery team for IDF, a Basilisk for IDF, Acadian heavy weapon squad, a Lehman Russ battle tank, a Lehman Russ demolisher, and 3 squads of Tempestus Scions. Good list. Nothing cheeky, tricky, or fancy. No wink or nod. Decent list, I think. And I know that there are different variations of the lists and all that stuff, but I think I've got enough a roundabout army to handle most things. Oh no. Saved it. Sorry. Yark sounded like he was about to get sick. I'm going to go check on my poocher. he made a whining noise, and I thought I was like, yeah, we're going to go after I finish this thought. And then he started doing the cat hawking noise. So we're going to go check on our dog real quick. Man, Yark is way too smart for his own good. All he just had to do was pee. He just made the noise to mimic, I guess, a cat wanting to throw up. He's fine. You're smart, dude. You really are. Oh yes, thank you for the sneeze. And here is our buddy Yorick. Here is our best boy. Too smart for your own good, dude. You're gonna mimic what a cat makes. Been hanging out with Oreo too much. Dog. Yes. But yeah, I think that I Games Workshop really wants to corner the market on the sports gaming industry too. That's why they do all these tournaments. They've increased tournaments a lot. Like the tournament circuits are crazy. Um, all I'm now just waiting for is gambling to start, and then you'll know that GW made it into the big leagues when people start gambling in Vegas about Warhammer.
Oh, that'd be rough. I love that hobby, but watching two people play a war game is like watching paint dry.
So what do you want to? Okay, now we can switch topics a little bit. What which faction do you want to play? If you had all of your factions for Trench Crusades, which one did you want to start first, and why?
Me?
Yeah.
Um, well, I mean, the reason I couldn't, the reason I got everything is because I really couldn't decide. Um, the only one I gotta say I don't have a particularly good grasp on is the Sultanate. Um, I didn't know what to do with seven-headed serpent, but as I've realized, figured out the goetic thing, I'm like, oh, that's how that works. Um,
Ah,
but as far as fun to play, I'd say the human factions, the Antioch Pilgrims and the Heretics, I would say are probably the most attractive as far as playable. Because you can basically you can get yourself a commander that's fairly decent, build yourself
what?
a rifle line, and then get a couple little like snazzy toys, and off you go. Um, they changed up the rules a little bit when they came out with because they came out with the official rule book a
Huh.
week or two ago.
Do you need to go back outside?
They changed some stuff up. Originally, it was if you were doing a one-off, it was 900 points or 900 ducats worth of dudes and like 6 glory points. And they dropped it to they want you to just do campaigns, so it's 700 ducats.
Okay.
So the first 6 armies I made, one for each, is 900 point forces that can be easily split into 3 pieces. So I could take it to a convention or something, and have multiple people, play one side rather than having to learn all the rules for an entire faction. Like, hey, you're the war wolf and like 2 of these rifleman guys. Go to it, and you're the commander and the bomb witch, and the guy over here is the 5 infantrymen, and together you have to go kill that guy over there.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Funny because when the championship was going on not too long ago, I think it was last week, there was a massive bidding war in my Discord. Uh, okay, back. Killed a couple Chaos Marines. Hold on. So, funny enough, one of my commenters, funny enough, there was a massive bidding war in my Discord community for the Warhammer, and a guy bid like $700 on one match. Oh my god, dude. Holy crap. $700 a bid? That's insane.
Insane.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've thrown money and wasted money before, but dude, he won like how though? But that's insane. $700. Um But yeah, I was just generally curious when you started to do the actual Trench Crusade games, which faction were you going to play first?
It's probably going to be Antioch and Heretics. Or actually, it's probably going to be Antioch and Black Grail, just because my Black Grail army is finished and my Heretic army is not.
So wait, the artillery witch, that's a heretic unit?
Yes,
Okay, all right.
she's kind of on loan from Hell, but yes. Ba- ba- Basically, every faction gets their own little toys. Um, that's kind of how Antioch, like for example, Antioch has the best military technology, but all their stuff is mundane. Like they have the best gun, but like their gun doesn't shoot, chunks of angel butthole or something. And there's nothing like that. There's no like faith points or anything like that. There's no demons or like wacky nonsense. It's all just mundane stuff. But they have the best mundane stuff.
Gotcha.
Um, the pilgrims have their faith and the anchorite shrine, which is just horrifying. Um, the heretics have some demon stuff, and then two of the factions are demons, and the what do you call it? The uh, sultanate is basically engaging in genetic engineering and super science.
All I know is that he followed the guy's story on his entire army, and I believed that's why he put so much on and knew how the guy played. Oh, okay. So he just followed this one particular guy's army, and realized he liked the building army, and then put 700 down on it. That's still crazy.
I mean, it's like watching the horses. There's racing forms for a reason.
I know, but still, it's still nuts.
No, I agree. I wouldn't drop $700 on probably anything. But that's because my luck is atrocious. I'd be guaranteeing that I'd lose.
Oh, what was that? What was that one character you played way back when you were in drama? It was the guy with the blank dices, and you
Oh,
you
Big Julie,
yeah,
Big Julie from Chicago,
Big Julie. This
back in Guns and Dolls. Yep.
yeah. Because you also turned him into a Slan in D&D. Um,
Yeah, Julius the Slug. Yes,
Julius the Slan. That
a typical D&D character.
a little bit of nostalgia. Get your walkers and hips for that one.
Yep,
back
yep.
back
The
when the
best
world.
part of one of my stuff at PortCon is I have a staff member who is younger than some of my D&D character sheets.
Oh God, that hurts.
Doesn't it?
That hurts.
Not characters, not concepts. The actual physical sheets.
Oh, that hurts so much. Shit, Arvis is about to turn 20 this. No, I made Arvis in 2000 and. Oh yeah, no, he's more than 20. Damn, fuck.
Yeah, Generod is older than all my guys.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Have fun
Whoo.
talking to your airman tomorrow.
Ah, man. God damn it. No, actually, you know how old
You will charge people who are younger than some of your D&D characters.
So you know what's funny? I had this one airman. He came to the flight. I was like, "When were you born?" And he was like, "Sir, I was."
Started with a figure, didn't it?
He was like, "Sir, I was born in 2007, sir." And
Oh, 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 fuck off at all.
there's one airman who I swear I heard her say she was born in '09, and I was just like, "Get the fuck out of
No,
here."
she'd be 16 if that was the case.
Uh, well, okay, all right. So she had been born in '07. I thought I heard on.
Very, very early '08, maybe.
I I th-
No, because she wasn't 18 yet.
I thought I heard '09, and I was just like, "Get the fuck out of here." I was like, out, get out. I don't want to even see you. 2007. Oh my God, I feel old. Yeah, brother, how do you think we feel?
Met my wife in 2006.
Jesus Christ. I, I that would be me joining the Air Force. Uh, I will hit 17 this year, this January. I just it hurts. It hurts when the new airmen come in. Although one of them got me really good the other day. I was talking about how standards and discipline and like the history of the Air Force, and one of them just offhandedly said, "So hey, Tech Sergeant, what was it like serving under Hap Arnold?" And I I wanted so bad to wring his neck, but he got me so good. He, I was so angry, but I was just like, you know what? You got it. Congratulations, Airman. You got a pass.
Well, Kevin, if it makes you feel any better, my father is older than your branch of the service.
Really?
Yep.
No way. I thought he was born in like 50 something.
Nope. 48.
Air Force was 47. 47.
Okay.
So,
Then we can both feel a little better about that then.
Air Force
I
was.
thought it was 50.
No, 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 no.
All right. Thank goodness.
September of 47. That's why I thought he was 50. That's a wild.
Nope. My dad's 48. My mom's 49.
Oh, okay. Well, that's wild. God. As soon as he said that, I was just like, ooh, ooh, I want to hurt you, but I can't. Legally, I can't. But it was a good one. It was a good get. Let's see, what else? Oh, I did want to ask you, what were your thoughts when Dan Abnett wrapped up the Gaunt's Ghost series?
I am still bitter that we did not get an official death scene for Catherine. And I realized that was like 5 books ago,
You and me both.
but I wasn't sure he was dead for 2 books, and that annoys me. Um, I think it's a good ending. Because were there 2 books post um warp malfunction or one?
It was so okay. Without spoiling it for people, after the uh it was the War Master and then the Anarch.
Okay, so there's 2 post time skip.
No, 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 no. So the War Master was right after Salvation's Reach. Um, Now I gotta actually look at my collection to make sure I'm speaking correctly and not out of my hat. Yeah, so it's Reach, then the War Master, and then the Anarch, and the Anarch wraps up the series. Um, I I liked the way they ended it. I didn't like the way uh they did um Dower. They did that man so dirty.
See, I agree, but I mean, it's Abnett. People die, and they don't die well.
No, it's not even that he died. It's everyone that he loved died. He became a broken shell of a man.
Yeah, it's Abnett, man. Don't be a character in a Dan Abnett book.
Overall, I loved the Gaunt's Ghost series. I think the Gaunt's Ghost series was super good. Um, I If it wasn't for Gaunt's Ghost, I don't think I would have appreciated the Imperial Guard as much as I do now. Uh, um, Now, that being said, if he makes another Gaunt's Ghost book that extends the storyline, I'm going to start throwing shit. Because it wrapped it up really well. It was a nice, not happy ending, but as close to happy ending as it gets for Dan Abnett.
Yeah, take what you can get.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a God, who is it that wrote Buffy? Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Whedon.
Huh? Oh yeah, it was
We
Wheaton. Wheaton. Yeah. Wheaton doesn't do happy endings. Wheaton just makes you feel Wheaton just makes you feel worse off just a little bit more. Uh, although I guess Serenity you would classify as a happy ending.
I'd call it bittersweet. I mean, Wash is dead.
Yeah, well, that's true. Um, but yeah, like to me, I don't know. I think the I think I think Dan Abnett writing Gaunt's Ghost and doing it well was good enough for me, and I liked it. I liked it. Uh, my only gripe was he did Bandauer wrong. Oh my God, he did Bandauer wrong. I do like the fact that the way he wrapped it up, it left no room for doubt that it was the end of the series. Because what it was like, what there was like 2 or 3 books that you and I were reading at one point, and we were like, oh, okay, well that's the end of Gaunt's Ghost. Like,
Yeah,
and then he was like, but here's another one, and we are just like, wait, but what? Um,
I think the first time we had I guess we're starting again was Trader General, and that was quite a few books.
yeah,
Right.
Trader General was quite a few books. Although the headspin of Trader General, um,
That Dan Abnett's writing has never been better than the fact that you didn't know what was going on or who was doing what with who for half of Trader General, and then he tells you who one of the characters is, and everything falls into place.
oh, and it's like a mental slap to the back of the head too.
Yeah. That and the other one I really like, and it's not because it's a sudden reveal, it's the slow burn, is Titanicus.
Oh yeah, no,
The
no.
Titans don't start walking until a third of the way through the book, but it's like Titans are coming. You ready for the Titans? Because they're coming. And then when they do not disappoint.
Double Eagle I liked, um, mainly because there was like this oppressive background that came to a head. Um, Dan Abnett, the one thing I wish that he did a little bit more was humor in his books. Like
I
there
mean,
were
to be fair, our favorite humor is from non Caiaphas Cain humor is from Titanicus,
oh yeah.
because that's the one with the it will take us, it is 125 meters to the command center. We will probably make it 8 meters into the hallway, and I'll kill 14 people. It's like, is that going to get us there? No, sir. I have an automatic grenade launcher. Change the numbers. Well, yes, we'll get about 3 meters further, and I'll kill an additional 26 people. But that still kind of leaves us about 800 to 1,000 meters short of our goal, doesn't it? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I love that one. I do wish he did a little bit more humor in some of his books because oh man, some of them are heavy. I mean,
That's 40 for you. That's why I like that uh comic that I sent you, the one with the statue of the Astartes.
yes.
I don't know if you've read any of the other ones on that, but the person who writes it does a pretty good job of making it's still 40K, but like the universe doesn't actively hate you.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
there's something good and you get to see it. And I was apprehensive at first because I mean the 40K universe is kind of supposed to hate you, but the way they write it, I gotta say, it's kind of. I know it's not canon, but it's kind of nice to see the 40K universe not actively hate someone for a little while.
Oh, what's it supposed to say? Oh, in the grim darkness. Yes, I understand the grim darkness. Can I at least have some merriment? Shit. Show me a place where it doesn't suck as much.
Yeah.
Where's that infamous upbeat Britishism of everything's going not too bad, all things considered?
Germans missed my house again today.
Now I have a new rose garden bush. I have a new place to dig the well.
Germans bombed my house. Boston's missed this time.
Let's see. Let me get the. Oh yeah, we gotta fix that real quick.
God,
um,
that is harsh color. God, I hope the black takes off the loose off of that.
God, painting heads is such a slog. Like you would think I'd have it down to a science, but not really.
How do you do it? Do you mount the heads before you paint them?
Well, okay. Well, here I'll show you.
Uh,
I either do it in two ways. I either keep it on the sprue if the camera would focus. I either keep it on the sprue and paint like this. Actually, that's a bad example. Let me do this one. This one you can see it. I keep it on the sprue and just clip the top part off, and then I paint it like this.
mm-hmm.
Or I clip a nib off and paint like that. And use a
I was
clamp.
usually put the head on and paint it.
Yeah,
I,
you know,
I don't understand how people completely assemble the model and then paint it because there's stuff behind the rifle, dude.
yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that. That bothers me. That makes my brain itch. Like I will.
That's been the learning curve of French Crusade is being 3D printed. A lot of times there's stuff that the frickin' bomb witch, her cape doesn't end at her cloak at the hem of her dress. It goes all the way up her back
Oh,
and connects to her shoulders. So there's actually negative space between her cape and her back all the way up. It is obviously not painted. I watered down some black, filled in the hole, and went, no one's going to notice that.
I, I cannot be bothered.
So a lot of stuff has tonlets. There's legs under the tonlets.
Is there really? Oh,
Yeah. They're not necessary. You're not going to see them. And they're real bitch to paint, but they're there.
yeah. I can't leave. I will paint an entire Sentinel cockpit, knowing full well that I am never going to see that cockpit again.
I only painted the one Sentinel, and you're damn right I painted all the dials.
Because I play with up
Sample
arm.
looking gunny. On my shelf, right? There he is.
Because I play with my up armored Sentinel. I play up armored Sentinels.
Oh yeah, you're never gonna see him. You're never gonna see those dials.
No, but I still do it. God damn it.
Respect. A little bit of mockery, but still respect.
No mockery intended. No mockery intended.
No, I'm mocking you.
Oh, you're mocking me. Ah, okay, all right. Well,
yes.
then I shall receive it in the way that it's given. Thank you for
light-hearted mockery.
thank you for mocking me, and fuck yourself. I keep on. By the way, side tangent. Facebook really wants me to get back into Full Metal, like what's it called? Full Metal Dueling, where you're in plate armor and all that stuff. Because I keep on
Word.
seeing, huh?
Wasn't where you ever did that.
Well, I went to a couple of in England. I went to a couple of I'm going to call them dojos. Obviously, they were not actual dojos.
Hema.
Yeah, a couple of HEMA stuff, and I did that, and that was fun. But now I want to take that like YouTube is, or sorry, Facebook has been like showing me a bunch of like full metal, like they're in armor, period correct armor, shields, all that stuff, and they're beating the ever living tar out of each other with like semi live steel and buckler shields and all that stuff. Damn it, it looks fun.
Oh, it absolutely does.
But I'm not going to be able to do it because if I get hurt, that's my career.
Yeah,
I'll do it after the Air
like
Force.
but you put a little more. You put a little more time and effort and dependency into your career than I have.
Well, you also shimmy into very tight corners. I am not
And yet,
comfortable.
that day ended up against the steam pipe and burned myself.
I am not comfortable with that idea. Congratulations, Dave. You do something that I could not do.
Things you can't do. I do even more things you won't do.
You burned yourself on a steam pipe, dude? What the hell?
There's steam. It's an old building. It's a lot of old buildings. No, now my wife is mad at me for burning myself.
Get him, Tisa. Get him.
Yeah.
Do not take her side. She doesn't need your help.
Okay, tell me how you managed to burn yourself on a steam pipe today.
I mean, I was attempting to crawl in behind. I'm not sure if it was a heat exchanger or actually no, it was definitely steam, so it couldn't have been a heat exchanger.
I was about to say,
A piece of equipment.
I was about to say,
to,
well, there's your problem right there.
Yeah, well, if there was another way to do it, I would have. As it is, I didn't make it in there, so I have to like try to shimmy over it tomorrow.
Dave, I know I'm about to be sounding pedantic, but there's these red tapes that look that say "caution hot."
Yeah, it'd be cool if they used those.
You mean?
Yeah. Despite what they might tell you, OSHA is more like guidelines than actual rules.
Guidelines than actual rules. You mean to tell
If
me
the students can't hurt themselves on it, they don't care.
you mean to tell me the premier Ivy League school of technology does not accurately label?
Oh God, no.
I was about to say, if you shimmied past a heat exchanger, you wouldn't get just a mild burn.
Dude, I have dealt with high pressure steam, which is basically a frying pan.
Oh.
We're talking here. Like if you put some water on your hands and flick it, it immediately evaporates.
Good Lord.
This was low pressure, so it's more like a curling iron, somewhere in that area.
That's still not comfortable.
Oh no, it's not. Is that when I flew overseas to see you the couple days beforehand, I had I was changing out something in an entirely different mechanical room, and I gave myself about a 3-inch long sear on my arm, which wouldn't have mattered except I was then, my size being put into coach.
Steerage.
Yeah. And you don't realize how much you rub your arm against stuff until you're in coach with a second-degree burn on your arm.
Did you learn? Nope, absolutely not. Still do the job this day. Would do it again, too. Ha ha!
Yeah, if I didn't realize quite how much I knew there was going to be some heat, but I didn't know there'd be steam. Otherwise, I'd be wearing a long sleeve shirt, which gives you a couple extra seconds of grace period. But to be
Honestly,
fair, I didn't know this was a steam pipe until I touched it because the only way I could touch it was to try to crawl into the area.
I see. Honestly, man, the fact that you can squeeze yourself into some of those crawl spaces you show me is hats off to you. No.
Oh, it's crazy.
My claustrophobia would fucking absolutely not. I'm not actually claustrophobic, but that's one of the few things I do not enjoy. Being in small, tight, confined spaces.
Yeah, it's not fun. What the other reason that I didn't make a second attempt is that after the first attempt, I stopped and thought about how would I get back out of this space, and I didn't answer. So,
Yeah, how would I get out and not burn myself?
yeah, I could probably get in, but I gotta get back out afterwards, and that's dicey.
Ooh, speaking about Japan, now that you remind me, what do you think about Godzilla minus zero?
I'm excited to be
Okay,
entirely honest.
all right, good, good, good.
Minus One is probably the best Godzilla movie I've ever seen. It is a Godzilla movie that is so good it does not actually need Godzilla.
Ooh, I don't know. That's a bold claim. That's a
That if you made that movie without Godzilla, it would still be a good movie because the human story they're telling is interesting.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I take my challenging comment back. You are right. I retract statement. You are right. I did like the human story. I actually liked the human story. The one thing I think a lot of people uh, forget about Godzilla is it's always about the humans, and Godzilla is just the set dressing afterwards.
Right, but there's good stories and there's bad stories. And in fairness, some of the Showa era stuff is more about Godzilla. It's like Godzilla did a thing, or another monster did a thing. Golly, I hope Godzilla shows up. I'm a scientist.
Yeah.
But like the Godzilla movies that can be qualified as films are about humans.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Uh, the Godzilla movies that can just be called Godzilla movies, they can be about just Godzilla.
yeah.
But like that one, the loss and the guilt and all that other stuff, they could have made that movie without Godzilla, and that still would have been a really good movie. It wouldn't have made anywhere near the money it made.
Oh God, no. Oh no, 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 no.
And then also Godzilla, as time has gone on in the last 60 plus years, Godzilla has become kind of, I don't want to say mundane because that's the wrong word, but become safe. Godzilla is, he's a protector or a force of nature or whatever. And what people forget is that Godzilla eventually goes back to his roots, and Godzilla is an asshole. Like the for, they spent so little money on the CGI of that movie, and they only used it where it really mattered. But when he's chasing the boat,
Oh my
the look
God.
on Godzilla's face is the same as the look on my turtle's face when she's chasing Cricket. This thing is so small and so insignificant it barely qualifies as food. It's a good thing it's entertaining. uh, Equal parts enrichment and snack.
Yeah, no, that scene was ooh, that scene was scary. I normally normally Godzilla movies aren't scary. That scene was I was actually like, "Oh, this is fucking frightening."
I'm quite excited to see what they do with it.
Now, who do you think the
um
big bag is? Who do you think the big bad is going to be?
well, it'll be Godzilla again, but I'm not sure, like you mean like a secondary monster.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
uh,
yeah.
well, technically minus one is kind of like an updated retelling of the original. So if I recall correctly, the next one is Destroya, if
Oh,
I recall correctly.
okay, because people are saying Biolante.
Also possible. I don't remember. I If you were to quiz me hardcore on order of Godzilla films, I would not do well.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
But I think Godzilla Destroyer was pretty early, but it could. I mean, it very easily could be Biollante. Um,
the only other thing
well,
the only thing I could think of is, I mean, because the problem is that you've already have Ghidra and Rodan in the MonsterVerse, um, with Monarch. Or sorry, not the MonsterVerse, the Monarchverse. You already have them. So the only other monsters that we haven't seen are Anchorus, the armadillo one, or the porcupine armadillo one.
Yep, I love that one.
The spider one, whose name I forget. Um, the Anguirus. They haven't done Megalon. The cockroach, big bug armored beetle, the Hercules beetle thing. They haven't done Gigan. The
I love Gigan. Gigan is my favorite non-Godzilla kaiju.
So they haven't done Megalon. They haven't done Gigan. They haven't done Anguirus. They haven't done. Oh God. Mothra's in the Monarch verse.
Yep. I love that. I love that. That Mothra too.
Yeah. They did a really good job on that. They did Mechagodzilla, but that Mechagodzilla was kind of weak sauce.
God, I hated that Mechagodzilla. I didn't care for that movie.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was cool, but it was like, when I think Mechagodzilla, I think old 1960s Showa era.
And they could update that and make it work, but they didn't. No, I did not care for any of the choices they made in that movie. I didn't like the humans. I didn't like how they did the monsters. I didn't like how they did the fights.
And then, of course, there's Ebera, the big giant lobster.
The crustacean one.
Say again?
The crustacean looking one.
Yeah. That's where we met the two midget twins from Monster Island. That's the first time we actually see them in the Godzilla verse.
They're not Mothra. I thought they showed up with Mothra.
Maybe they did, but
twins, because it's Please Return the Egg.
Oh yes. They did show up with Mothra. Well, there was like the second or third time. But yeah, those are the only ones that I think, besides Biollante, the Destroyer, and the toxic sludge monster. I forget what that one's called.
Oh God, I know that one too. But whatever.
Yeah. Besides those ones, I don't know who they're gonna bring.
Well, hold on. Are you talking Monarch versus? Are you talking -0?
-0.
Oh, okay. I mean, they can do anything they want with -0. I mean, they're getting. I'm hoping they don't do much. I hope they keep it semi-realistic.
Well, that's why I'm separating the Monarch verse versus -0 verse, because I think the Monarch verse
has gone silly.
What say again?
The Monarch verse has gone silly.
Yeah, yes and no. I think the Monarch verse has the reason why we're not. I think they have their monsters that they want, and then the -0 verse is going to have different monsters. I don't think that they'll have the same. I don't think that there'll be crossover.
So you think if there's a monster in the Monarch verse, that monster will not be in -0 in the -0?
Huh. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a feeling, because it's IP, right? It's the same thing with like Sony and Spider-Man, right? Marvel had to wait fucking forever to get the rights to Spider-Man. With Sony.
Well, yeah, but I mean, for one thing, Japanese copyright works a little different than ours. I don't know exactly how, but I know it does work differently. And two, I believe they've maintained the rights to everything. This is the same, or roughly the same arrangement they made back in the '97 Godzilla, which is why there was not a sequel to that movie.
Really?
Because they went, all right, we saw what you did. Give Godzilla back now. We're done. I believe Toho maintains all rights to the characters.
You know what? They might. But the thing is that it's. I would see Toho saying, okay, the Monarch universe gets these monsters, and then the Godzilla Zero universe gets these monsters. I can see them divvying it up like that.
I'm personally kind of hoping that the minus zero verse doesn't turn into a monster verse of any sort. They did a really good movie. I'm curious to see what they're going to do with their second one, but I don't want that world to turn into Monster King of the Ring.
Um, but that's what Godzilla is.
I want it to be Godzilla versus one, Godzilla versus whatever, so and so versus Mecha Croc versus Dino
Yeah, yeah,
Cobra.
yeah, 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 yeah. But that's what Godzilla is. Godzilla's always been King of the Ring style kaiju.
Not for the first couple movies. He started out as a cautionary tale about nuclear weapons,
But
which is pretty much what they went back to.
yes, yes. But I think no matter what you do, it's always going to be a King of the Ring style. Because you got to think of it. With the destroyer, it was about the environment. With the toxic sludge monster, it was about pollution. Um with Megalon and Gigan, um it was about nuclear testing and how they destroyed parts of Seatopia. Um with Mechagodzilla, it was about the original story with Mechagodzilla was a alien group of sentient cockroaches wanted to bring the destruction of the world so that way they could take over the world. Um,
Yep, good
uh,
stuff. That
yeah, good, great stuff. That.
I am hoping that the minus one verse avoids the camp and keeps it as serious as minus one was.
Oh yeah, sure, but I think we'll run into the problem of it's going to be Godzilla versus something. Like
Yeah,
I don't think you're going to be able to get away from that, even in the minus one verse. Which again, the minus one verse Godzilla was really good.
yes, it was. I can hope, if or at least I can certainly hope that they if they decide to go that route, their transition is smoother than the Monarch verse
Where do you think?
because
Where do you
the
think the Monarch verse? This is the first time I've heard you like be so aggressive against the Monarch verse.
I am against one movie.
Okay.
One movie. I am against Godzilla v Kong because all right. So all right. Going down the Monarch verse. First Godzilla, loved it. Everyone gets very annoyed about that movie because there's not enough Godzilla in it. But the human story isn't bad, and the monster fight's pretty sick. Um, I understand how people get mad about it, but I don't agree with it. I think that movie was very good.
Okay. All right.
Kong on Skull Island, holy shit, that's a good movie. That is a solid Kong. That might be my favorite Kong movie ever.
Yeah, I liked.
That is
I like
Kong
that
movie.
one. I like that one. Mainly because it shows how vicious that biosystem is.
Yeah, yeah. There new horrible thing every couple of minutes, and it's exactly it shows how unpleasant that environment is. And then you get King of the Monsters. So Godzilla's out doing his thing, and a whole bunch of folks decide, well, we're going to try to just shake stuff up. And so they went and got Charles Dance, which is never a good decision. Um, I love Charles Dance, but when he shows up, I mean, shit's going to go very sideways. It doesn't matter what movie it is, or TV show. Something's gonna go wrong, and odds are you're gonna suffer for it. Um, but it started towards the campside, and I'm not against the campside, but up until that point, in fact, actually, even up until End of King of the Monsters, it was a fairly, fairly grounded series. I understand there's giant monsters, and there's a giant flying aircraft carrier thing. But up until that point, it's at least played serious. There's humor and there's suspension of disbelief, but there's no camp. And then they came out with Godzilla v Kong, and I hate almost every decision they made in that movie.
Really? Okay.
But it
All right.
but it serves as a pivot point to Godzilla X, which I did enjoy because that one embraced the camp. I think what I don't like about V Kong is that it's the transition between the two.
What was the pivot point? What was the pivot point? Oh, I gotta.
Godzilla v Kong. There is so much about that movie that I do not care for. I didn't like the human story is fairly weak in King of the Monsters, and then they doubled down on the worst characters for Godzilla v Kong. Well, let's see here. We had Charles Dance. Let's just not get him, and let's focus on the characters that were less interesting. I did not like.
Yeah.
I didn't like it. I don't want to harp, but I didn't care for it. I didn't care. But X Kong I liked because X Kong was it was lighter, more comedic. It kind of knew what it was going to be.
Yeah, which was a big monster fight. Yeah.
Right. It was a big monster, and I think it was the transition to the camp I didn't care for. I don't mind the camp there, but when you had such a good, fairly serious, grounded series going on, and then you switch, I think I'm just disappointed it went to camp. I don't know. I'm rambling.
No. Ramble away. Grumble.
Yes, grumble. Yeah, that's just I liked XCon.
Yeah,
in part because it's basic. You know what? XCon is basically like mid run Dragon Ball Z, where Vegeta and Goku aren't friends, but they have to fight together, but they still hate each other. Except Goku wants to be pals.
Yeah, I dig it.
Yeah.
I dig it. I dig that analysis.
When Kong comes up to get Godzilla to help him, and you can clearly the body language is Godzilla. I'm not here to fight, so it's a fight you want. Godzilla, no. Godzilla, yes.
Trotsky, you can't have cannons in your music. Yes, I am, and I'm going to put 21 of them.
Yeah. And then you've got Mothra being the boys, having to be the responsible woman, to keep an eye on the two idiot children. I appreciate, like, you know exactly what the dynamic of that movie was going in.
Yeah.
Because Mothra's the only one Godzilla will listen to. And Mothra knows this. Stop it.
Both of you, stop. Godzilla, go down there and fix some shit.
Plus, I mean, you get the everlasting joy of watching Kong beat a bunch of monkeys with another monkey. I mean, that was great.
That was great. That was fantastic. The one thing I think the MonsterVerse is missing is the human element side of it, where it's like, all right, you've got these, and I think that's why I liked Pacific Rim so much, is that it showed how basically humanity had to literally unfuck itself every time these guys have a monster mash.
Yep.
I liked that about Pacific Rim. Now, they didn't do a good job in Pacific Rim 2. I think it fell flat. But
I think it fell flat in following Pacific Rim, but Pacific Rim, the second one, no, that was Alien. It was Independence Day Resurgence. The second one, there is a lot in that movie I still liked.
Yeah.
They not to draw you too far, but they managed to take the precocious child genius trope and make me not hate them. And that is all order.
But yeah, so
that
liked the little bit robot. I thought that was clever.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So that that's why I liked, like I said, I liked Pacific Rim specifically because it showed like what humans do when they're faced with an existential thing, and humans are going to human, that kind of a
Yeah,
thing. Um, I wish they had a little bit more of that in this current MonsterVerse. Um, in Monarch. Um, I think they missed an opportunity with that.
I'd agree. That was largely that was a lot of my other issues with Godzilla v Kong was it's like, oh, we have a super secret super evil organization. We're just gonna let the guy who washes his hands in bleach just kind of hang out there. Like I understand the villains have to be bad at something so the heroes can beat them. But when the villains are sending they get on a completely unmanned, unguarded train from the United States to is it China or Japan?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They just, they'll just get and then no one's going to notice. There's no monitoring. There's nothing. And we're completely incapable of tracking the radio stations of a guy who's broadcasting from our parking lot. Like
Yeah.
I loathed the existence of that character. Because it's like, well, we're evil, so we better let the guy who's clearly against us be our janitor. We'll just let him wander into places that no janitor would be going.
Yeah, yeah. Say, we should leave this massive dossier that says evil plans.
Yes. Wait, Henderson, did you take the what do you call it, the file marked evil plans off my desk and file it? Oh, I forgot. We'll do it tomorrow.
It's I got to get to my kid's baseball game, got to be evil henchman one day, dad responsible father the next. Yeah, it's just it's tough.
Yeah.
uh the one thing I do wish that Hollywood would make is riffable movies. I they need to bring that back. They need to bring that back bad.
I think they need to bring back lower budget movies anyway.
Well, yeah.
Because I mean, if your movie's only going to make 20, 30, 40 million dollars, but you only spent five to make it, that's a huge net gain.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You can pump that crap out. You get like an up and come. Not to mention, it gives you a stable. Like, hey, this actor did really good in that shitty movie we made for $5 million. Well, let's bump him up to a $50 million movie. Or, hey, this director that we currently own is doing really good. Well, let's put him on a larger project, then he can make us more money.
Yeah.
Now it's blockbuster or nothing, and it's especially in the era of the streaming service, it's really kicking their ass.
It really is. It really is. Like I can't remember who I was talking to about it the other day. Um what was it? It was obviously I got two, for those of you who don't know, I'm a dad, so I got two girls. And I was watching Elio, and everyone was like, "Man, Elio bombed." I was like, "Why? Why did it bomb? It was actually really good. It was heartwarming. It hit all the right strings. It talked about, it kind of gave that little wink and nod to space exploration." And they were like, "Well, they didn't make enough money." And I was just like, "Well, they either didn't make enough money because they didn't advertise it, which it's Disney. There's never been a Disney movie I haven't seen that has not been advertised to death."
But it can be advertised badly.
But true. But then they're like, "Yeah, I was supposed to get like I think they were under the mark by like 60 million." And I say 60 million like that's the like that's chump change. Brother, you and me would never see 60 million in our lifetimes, let alone like uh like
But if you're spending $700 million on a movie, it has to make 2 billion or you lose money.
yeah, I know.
That's
You can't play the high roller tables every single time.
that's why I think they need to go back and make, like, if someone could make like a riff movie studio where they know they're gonna like, not trash, like decent movies that that people can just kind of sit and riff on.
That's what they used to do. They used to, um, big studios owned smaller studios that made, smaller movies. That was their job. And if they did well, then the people who did well moved up to the larger studio. It was like professional sports. You have a farm team, and if they do well, you move them up. Or hey, this guy wrote this movie. Well, he's got more movies. Maybe some of them are good enough to make blockbusters out of. But to my point of advertising badly, Soul.
Oh yeah, that one was, I
Soul.
didn't see anything for that.
Well, no, it was advertised. It was advertised atrociously. I took one look at that advertisement and went, "This is not a movie I want to watch." It looked awful. It looked like some ham-handed attempt at um like a bumbling jazz musician, and it's not. That was a really really good movie, and if they had advertised it the way that as what it was, rather than hey, there's some jazz in this movie, I probably would have paid a lot closer attention to it. I mean, I'm not the demographic that would be seeing it anyway, so maybe I'm just spitting in the wind here.
No, no,
But
no, no, no.
I was astonished by how good that movie was because the advertising made it look terrible.
Oh, speaking of which, speaking about movies, Dune. What do you think? How do you like Dennis Villeneuve's?
All right, this is coming from someone who has never read the books.
Okay.
I have seen both the old movie and the sci-fi miniseries,
Yep. You and me both.
and I have talked extensively with people who have read the books, but I have not personally read the books. The first Dune 1, loved it. No notes. Great. Dune 2 had a lot of issues with the pacing
Oh,
and character motivations in it. Now, I find out that that's because they cut out huge swaths of the story to put it in the movie. So, like, I get it, but that's true of any Dune series, really. I mean, my favorite is the original one where they just kind of skip over the entire second half of the story, and just lead right to things exploding.
oh, the Battle of Arakim. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, yeah, they did. They definitely did do
I'm
that.
very fond of it. Um, I will also say out the gate, I'm not a fan of Zendaya. I have never quite understood the hype around her. Uh, I acknowledge this is a personal thing, so take my review with that in mind.
I
Um,
like her. She's got some good presence.
I
Um,
don't know if I've ever seen her act. She just kind of looks angry at people.
she is typecasted. I will say that.
Well, and yeah, maybe if she was given an opportunity to just step outside that box, she would thrive. I don't know, but I haven't seen her outside that box, so I have no reason to believe she exists outside that box.
Yeah, Zendaya. She was typecasted into that kind of like that, the incredulous, you know, woman of, woman or incredulous, something du jour, of the day, of the film. Um, I think someone typecast her shortly after they saw her in Greatest Showman, where she's like the foil to Zac Efron's, you know, character. Um, so that's kind of where I think that they unfortunately that they typecast her. But I liked her. I liked her as Chani. I think that was a better depiction of Chani, um, than the other two. Not saying that the other two actresses who played Chani, both in the sci-fi miniseries and in the '83 version, were bad. I just, I think
They
it.
fleshed her out a little more.
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
fleshed her out, but having gone back, because like Scott has read the books, so when I first watched it, I chatted with him, and that's how I found out that no, the reason that she's all angry with Paul is because he had a child that was in the what do you call it, the
In the
fortress when they blew
in
it up.
yeah, in Siege Tabor. Yeah. So it was it
They
was
don't show that in the movie, so I have no idea what she's reacting to.
well, she's
But having knowing that, I'm like, oh, well, then it makes sense for those particular, character actions to take place. But if you don't know the events that caused a certain reaction, the reaction seems out of the blue.
well, it's not out of the blue because they don't. Okay, all right. So yes, in the book they had a child named Paul, right? Uh,
Right.
Paul the First, right? Um, the during that scene where they're bombing Siege Tabor with the artillery.
Mhm.
By the way, very cool design of an airship. Um, uh, that's where they land troops and then kill Paul, right? Kill the child.
Right.
My argument isn't that she's angry because because they killed her child. She's angry because um
Canonically, that's a big part of it, though.
no. She's mad because uh um she's mad, or not Paul, Leto. She's mad that Paul then goes extremist. She doesn't like the fact that Paul went extremist. Um so but the whole reason why he went extremist is because their son got killed by the Sardaukar and Harkonnen. Um so because originally she was not like, I think in the book she mentions that you don't want to go down the path of the fanatic because you'll never recover, right? Right? They'll always
Yeah.
they'll. I think she said something to the effect of fanaticism will never be enough, something to that extent, or the fanatics will never have enough, even if their faith is you know proven correct. Um, but the reason why he went down there is the reason why he went down south is because of the fact that Leto, their first child, Leto the First, died by the Sardaukar. Because I think in the book, Chani was always about being pro Fremen and having the Fremen figure out Arrakis themselves without anybody else's help. She was kind of isolationist, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've
I
read the book.
I do not know, but um, having the book explained to me by someone who had read it made a lot of the action that I did not understand and therefore felt very jarring to me make a lot more sense. But that does not stop it from being jarring because you don't tell me why things are happening.
Oh yeah.
This
Yeah.
symbolism, he was mad, will only get you so far.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I would love to talk more. I cannot wait for the third movie because the third movie is actually being the third movie is actually being developed. Or no, they just finished. They just had the wrap up party, so I'm excited for that. Um,
Yeah, if I'm gonna watch it. It's probably gonna be pretty damn good.
it's gonna be really good. It's gonna be really good. Um, but I do have to get my chillins. So
That's all right. I have to go to bed.
Perfect timing. The stars have aligned. All right. Thank you everyone for watching. My name is Commissar Hecht. I'm sorry we weren't able to play Helldivers, but I actually enjoyed this a little bit better because we got to really kind of nerd out and chat, and I got some painting done, not everything. I'm gonna try and play Helldivers again tonight and see if I can't um, isolate the
See if
issue.
the problem.
Yeah, isolate the issue because
Yeah.
I just did a massive re-verification of all the files. That ended at 3 o'clock today, so it says that it's good. So we'll see. But anyway, thank you all for watching. My name is Commissar Hecht. I'll see you guys in the next episode. And if you want more of my lovely friend Hair Scales to join me, please let me know. He is a lovely individual to talk to.
And if you hate me, don't be shy.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you that they hate you. But anyway, thank y'all. My Band of Goblins. My dad is 71. Ooh, well, getting up there in age. But anyway, thank you all very much for watching and whatnot. My name is Commissar Hecht. I'll see you guys in the next episode. And if you guys want to jump in on these painting streams and get in, kind of do community talk around about all the lore and stuff, please do so. But yeah, anyway, I will talk to you guys later.